Oh, that's a fun noise. Yeah, it's very spacey. Okay, I'm down for it. What's up, everybody? How you doing, guys? Hello, guys, girls, dogs, aliens, Vanduul, everybody. What's up? We are, okay, this is too quiet. This is a little eerie. We're gonna do some, you know what? Give me some fun. We are going to be doing some chatting and talking today. It's one of those kinds of days. It's been a little while. PTU comes out and we do a lot more gameplay, and maybe we'll jump into the game today, but today feels like a discussion kind of day. So, as always, we've got the tabs open. Why am I not recording this? I always do this. I just record it when you start. We got the tabs open for different types of gameplay, and it's not all we're going to go over today. We're going to touch on industrial types of gameplay. It's starting to come up more. For like 6-7 years, we've been doing basically all combat with a little bit of like courier missions here and there. And for the most part, that's been boring for the more industrial players. So this last year or two has been exciting with mining, with salvage, a little bit of refueling. Cargo hauling is getting some focus. So today I thought we would just jump through some of the different recent updates we've gotten on industrial gameplay for those who like that kind of stuff. Engineering, refining, salvage, cargo hauling, little bit of refueling. What am I missing? Probably a couple others. Cargo hauling, I already said that. So we're just gonna kind of do a little Q&A. Honestly, I have videos up here already to answer questions and just dive through what they've talked about, but I also want to open it up to chat so you guys can ask whatever you want over the next few hours, and we'll condense it down into a nice little update overall on what's going on in industrial Star Citizen, because things are getting hot. How you doing today? Happy Thursday, everybody. Matt Sully, good to see you, dude. Happy toes, man. Echo Zeppelin, welcome. I got this stream scheduled very late. It's like 7 minutes before we went live. So shout out to those who got in here immediately. Deplorable and Chaos. What's up, guys? Cotton, good to see you. Gravity Noise Maverick. The Driver and Kirk. Vassin. Morning up to all the garden. May the sun ripen your tomatoes and your choco tea coffee be sweet and hot. Oof. I like that, dude. That's a good kind of blessing. That's a garden blessing right there. Because you know we have the weirdos in here who like their coffee. And of course we have to have tea and hot chocolates, just a given. Welcome to Beam Citizen. Choose the color of your beam for deep gameplay. Hey, you guys joke about the Beam Citizen stuff, but it's still deeper than most games do. 07s, what's up? Demon Dim, how you doing? Digital Dad, good to see ya. You like the creepy vibe. Echo, you would, with your milks. Hello. 07s, good day. Good day to you. Captain Danger, hello, how you doing? Scott, Dark Water, Bert. My name. Will a reclaimer get its claw back, or is it now the straw? The straw claw. Can it be both? Por qué no los dos? Haven't you ever had a fork with a straw in the middle of it? They used to serve those with the McFlurries. If you sucked hard enough, you could get the ice cream through the spoon for some reason. Yeah, it'll be a claw again. They just, you know. Have you tried to interact physically with things in this game yet? It usually breaks stuff. Hell, pulling components off of ships lately have been crashing the whole server. So I'm guessing what they're doing right now is a lot less intensive than what they want to do, because we all hate when Star Citizen breaks. You know? May your drink today be adult. Hey Echo. How about you be f***ing adult, huh? Except that hot chocolate is the superior drink, man. I don't know what else to tell you. Love this game so much. Started playing it 2 months ago and haven't touched another since Dark Water. Wow. You've been enjoying it, huh? You followed it a long time before that, or did you just happen upon Star Citizen? You were doing some mining with your rock on Aberdeen and Magna and had to get Aphrodite, but it wouldn't sell in the mining outpost. Is there a bug in that? Hadanite did work well. It might have been the outpost you were going to had too much Aphrodite, but that doesn't sound right. Did you try going to like a TDD or an admin office to sell? Because that could have been place to sell, but I don't know why one mineral would work and the other not. It's a weird problem. That's also kind of like we need to start getting ways to know if that's a glitch or if that's how the game is meant to function so that we can report if those are glitches, you know? Was that not a spork straw? It might have been. Who's counting, Vasson? How many points does your freaking spoon have on it? Is it 1 or 5? Need to get close to your target to get good yield so the straw has a purpose at the moment. I want a double straw. You know, when we were kids and you used to like fold up the end of a straw and stick it in the end of another so you could have a super long straw? Put that on my reclaimer. You tried a few places but wouldn't work. That sounds like it might have been bugged materials. Aside from Baldur's Gate 3, you haven't played anything but Star Citizen in the year that you've been here. Been some rough months in there, but you love it. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. March till like August was pretty rough. March till July-ish. Yeah. Luckily, I don't think we'll have a time like that anymore. In fact, the more I look at the way that they're bringing in features for 4.0, the more I realize that instead of a 4.0 update, we're kind of going to get a 4.0 year. If you look at the way 3.0 happened, I'm doing a lot of research for a Quantum Drive video I'm going to put out at the end of the week. And part of that was looking back at how Quantum Travel developed. And when they were talking about the updated version for 3.0, they talked about how it was like basically Quantum Travel 2.0. And what we're about to get is basically Quantum Travel 3.0. And you realize we're probably not getting that with 4.0. We're getting it before 4.0. Like they're trying to bring in a lot of Squadron 42 features at the beginning of the year instead of whenever patch is 4.0. So instead of holding all of that back and waiting for a big patch to drop it all in on us, it looks like they're going to spread it out, which, you know, probably means more stability over time. So it won't be as miserable at 3.0, or definitely not as miserable as PES. Well, I hope. But that's what it seems like. When do I think 4.0 will arrive? Soon? Can I just answer with soon? It is tough love. Yeah, Star Citizen needs taking a break every once in a while. We had a good episode on the podcast about that earlier this year. Gosh. Was that a Citizen Central episode? I think we did a Citizen Central episode earlier this year about when is a good time to take a break from Star Citizen. We had a couple different creators in there. I think 1 or 2 of which actually took a break and talked about why they did. It was a good talk if you want to check that out. Podcasts are good times. But let's get into like the actual topic of the day. Thank you everybody for coming. I see we're up to our, you know, we're up on pace with the room filling up. I think enough people are here that we're not going to miss too many folks if we get started. So first, we're going to start with Salvage today, and this is going to be, I'm going to jump around a little bit because this, you don't need to talk about all of this. Really, there's a big chunk in here of vehicle components we don't need to go over, but this is going to tell us everything we need to know or have known about what's planned for Salvage gameplay. Now, like I said, we're going to go over different types of gameplay here. I'm probably won't chapter these on YouTube, but if you jump around, you'll be able to find them. We've got refining cargo as well. Engineering is something that I want to get into. But here is something I wanted to start with because a lot of people are concerned about Salvage and it not being that fun. And I think we should go back and touch on the details once again. So here's Todd Pappy. I think he presented base building at CitizenCon for those who don't remember him. And this is what he has to say on Salvage gameplay.
Overall, how do we see Salvage working in the persistent universe?
We really break it down into 4 different types. So there's hull scraping, which would be actually removing the hull, you know, or basically the paint off of the hull.
Like scraping hull?
Then there's components, basically salvaging and taking out the components that are placed actually within the objects, so coolers, power plants, computers, so on and so forth. Then there's the maw, which would be actually crunching up the ships and disposing of them that way. And then there's actually siphoning of different oxygen or fuel, data, that kind of stuff.
Gotcha. We've talked about some of those aspects before. The hull scraping is like the inverse of repair the last time we talked about it. Like,
yeah, for those who missed that there, he just named I think he just named the 4 different types of salvage. We got 3 of those in the last year. Granted, none of them are really complete. Hull scraping is kind of there, but component retrieval is not there. And as we've seen with the 322 EPTU, hull munching is also not really there. So they have work to do, but they have introduced these components much faster than they were doing before.
Like a
exactly.
repair beam would be shot at the ship and like put it back together, and then a hull scraping would be the reverse of that.
Yeah, think of it almost like you're applying Bondo, you're taking away Bondo, for like car repairs and stuff like that. So
Okay, and then a component retrieval, it's like FPS. You fly over, you go inside the wreck, you pull the components. Maw, I'm guessing, is the reclaimer, is something like the reclaimer.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Siphoning was the one that I'm not familiar with. Talk to me a little bit more about siphoning. Siphoning what?
Well, I mean, for example, we have tanks, so like quantum fuel tanks, hydrogen fuel tanks. Obviously, in the future, we'll have data associated with computers, and so if you scan something, then think of it like a hard drive. You're taking information off of a hard drive. So, or you're siphoning out oxygen, or you're siphoning out, basically the fuel. So then, you find these wrecks, and to me, oxygen is going to be, oxygen and water are going to be one of the two, kind of most useful things in space. So
It's Mega Man all over again.
Right. So then you want to take those, and so then in the future you're not having to pay for these things, or
Okay.
if you can get them for free, then why not?
Yeah.
Now,
That's my kind of energy. If I can get this for free, why would I buy it? Pirate living, Todd.
I understand that all of these different aspects of salvaging, they all have a number of prerequisites, things that are being worked on right now that will make salvaging possible. Talk to us about some of the prerequisites that are being worked on right now.
Well, so for hull scraping, we've got the damage tech that Ali had done a long time ago, and there's some persistence that would need to be done with that, in order to make sure that we're spawning the ships the way that we need to spawn them, and because right now we don't save out all of that information. So there was
Partially, this is why we didn't get salvage until persistence. It's part of why salvage took so long, but I also think they benefited a lot from just taking longer with salvage, so they didn't have to rush something faster. Not saying that hull scraping was like incredible when we got it, but I don't think it would have been as feature rich if they had released it, a year or 2 earlier. Maybe when they had the tech working better, but not the persistence to support it.
there would need to be some thought process and some work done on that. For the hull scraping, obviously we need to create the weapons or items that you can use to actually scrape. And then for component retrieval, it's actually getting the items in, getting them placed within ships, getting power running, getting pipes working the way that we need it to work, so that so you can take it out of ships, but at the same time, when you're actually in the ship, you have the multi-crew gameplay of actually removing those items or switching.
And there's the component retrieval we got in 319. It's not feature rich. I'm saying that it would have been less so, comparative. In 319, we got removable components. So that's what he's talking about here. And that's kind of building towards the engineering gameplay, which is the whole pipe system, power, and all that kind of stuff. Punchy, thanks for the membership, by the way, on YouTube. One more month and you'll be in your terrible 2s, reaching levels of shitpostery unimaginable. 2 years, dude, on YouTube. Wow. Thank you for that. Appreciate you, man. And Aaliyah and Jotun on Twitch. Appreciate you guys.
Switching them out on the fly if you're flying around or even if you're in battle. The Maw, that one to me is going to be based off of the way that we break up our ships anyways, and kind of then figuring out, do we need to have smaller detonators on those to blow up those things and then create different shards, or like there just needs to be some real thought gone into the Maw and how we're going to crunch things up and get that. And then siphoning, it's basically at that point in time.
See, they didn't know. Like, they designed this ship with this claw, and they didn't know how it was going to work. And this is why this is one of the problems that they've just painted themselves into a corner with several of the ships now. What's another one that they've had this with? I mean, the raft almost feels like it might suffer from this too, because instead of tractor beams, it has a crane, you know, which is not going to be as easy to use. But yeah, there are like a few ships that were designed before the gameplay, and they're going to have some form of a rework, and they're going to have challenges making that gameplay work. But that's why I think we haven't gotten that physical deconstruction yet, because it's not going to be easy.
Making sure the room system's working the way that we need it to work, so that we can actually pull things out. Making sure that we can actually put things in too, so like getting our life support working the way that we need it to work. For the fuel and those tanks, it's basically just making sure that we have a entry point so that we can actually pull things out.
Okay. And I understand a couple of those things are actually being worked on right now. The obviously we've talked
Yes.
we've talked about the conversion to the physicalized components and everything before, and we're going to talk to John Crew after you about where that's at and how that's going.
Yeah.
But power would also be a prerequisite. I understand that we're working on our revamp of power system right now as well.
Well, yeah, it's basically we got power system to a certain point, and it was workable for so long, but now that we're really getting into the multi-crew ships and getting into that thought process, there's fundamental things that just need to be finished off in order to make sure that it will work right. So that's, let's say, a power plant, or a fuse in the ship goes down. A player needs to go and replace it. But so we need to get that working.
There's the engineering gameplay again. A lot of this stuff's kind of intertwined because the features that require them end up being used in separate other features. It's kind of like how the map is being used in the engineering part, which is interesting. It's cool, but it also makes the game develop more slowly. I believe Dan Truffin here should have a little bit more to say about. Let me see if it's hull munching or what he's talking about here.
Yeah, aren't we all? All right, so we're talking salvage today. We've talked to Todd. He's given us kind of the overview. We've talked to John, who's talked a bit about the physicalized components and ships and stuff. And now we're talking to you about a power. But I have a feeling from talking to you before that what we're going to talk about is more than just power. What are you working on right now?
Yeah, it's definitely more than just power. So when we started building our ships and building our environments, we started building with what we call the pipe system. And this system, while it did its job pretty well, it's already a bit old and we're only using it right now for limited things. What we're trying to build is a system that encompasses all the resource generation and how you control items. And so when we're talking resource generation, I'm talking power, I'm talking CPU, I'm talking fuel, I'm talking coolant, I'm talking any type of other resource that we'll have in the future, ammo and all this stuff. So we're trying to build stuff in one component that rules them all. There's like any item will have that component and knows how to use any resource it needs and how to generate other resources that other items might need, or transfer them from one resource to another and generate heat and all this stuff. So it's all going to be built into one place rather than having multiple different systems that handle it differently. So it keeps stuff cleaner. It allows us to work faster, and at the same time we're going to try to make this work a lot better with what you see is what you get editor, so people can actually link all of these connections for resources in the actual visual editor of the ship, rather than making it into dry XML database somewhere or in a data tool, which is very hard to imagine how the thing will actually function. So all of this stuff is gonna be made in the editor, is gonna speed up production for ships, and obviously the ships are gonna start becoming way more alive, because now once let's say you don't have fuel, you can't generate power, and you don't have power, you don't have CPU, you can't generate shields. So all of these things are just, you're gonna start having cascade failures, and you're gonna have to run there, repair the item, turn it back online, or route power through a different relay nodes. So all of this stuff is pretty much going to bring the game alive. It's going to make the engineer profession be a valuable thing on the ship. So without an engineer, how we call it is, if you don't have a good engineer on your ship, you pretty much, it doesn't matter how good your ship is, you're going to have issues.
I like how
no one can.
I like how they bring Dan in to talk about salvage, and he still ends up talking about engineering. That's his thing. Let's get further on. Let's look at the salvage roadmap. This might tell us a little bit of info about what they expect for the other things. But I think the big kicker here is the one part of salvage we still don't have, which is the siphoning. He mentioned that you'd be able to pull out water, power, fuel, oxygen, and data. So like being able to hack into a ship and maybe take some of its data or something, being able to force a ship disabled to give up some of its fuel. Like that's another part of salvage. Or like you find a derelict ship and you need oxygen or fuel or water or something, you could take that out of the ship easily too. So that's like a reverse refuel, and refueling for some reason hasn't had a lot of work lately, but they need to upgrade it for pyro. So I'm guessing that's something we might see next year. When we got engineering, we also got a basic form of repair. Maybe when we get better refueling, we'll get a basic form of siphoning. So I'm hoping that is something that comes next year, and we can say technically we have a basic version of each form of salvage that can work together with the other professions. But let's hear what Pappy says we still need for that kind of stuff.
Without putting a date on it or a time on it, I want to see maybe lay out the salvage roadmap for us. What's how does this how do we see this going forward?
So right now we're working on power, and we're basically getting that working the way that it's supposed to be working, so it's scalable. And then from there we're working on getting all the items placed in the ships, and obviously with our catalog of ships, that takes a while. So those things are being worked on in tandem right now, and then from there we'll figure out, okay, with hull scraping, when do we start on that, and kind of work through a lot of those things. So with that, those have always been kind of in Chris's mind, my mind, Tony's minds. Those are really the first, ideas of what salvage is. So then it'll just be, okay, do we want to release the components, aspect first, or do we want to, release hull scraping, with the components, and say that is salvage as a whole. But no matter what, I think it'll just be us figuring out, okay, hey, here, this is our base salvage, and then we'll continue to iterate on it, much like we did with mining, where we put out, an idea of, hey, this is salvage, or this is mining, and then we introduced FPS mining, and from there, we've done other adjustments to like volatile mining, so on and so forth. So it'll be kind of following the same cadence that, or salvage will be following the same cadence that we've done in mining.
Cool. So this sounds like a lot of dependencies, but things are in motion right now then.
Yeah, that was...
Yeah, we are.
Didn't give us too much, basically. We'll work on it over time. So that's generally how it goes, and that seems to be what it is that they're doing. But I don't expect salvage to stop development for a while. Now, I don't know if I had... Did they mention, let's see, vehicle components, resource generation? There's not much else in terms of detail besides that. You have to go pretty far back to find other salvage stuff. But he does, at one point, a little bit earlier than this, they do talk about still salvage charges, which I think is where we're going to get some of the stuff like the mining gadgets will be similar. Salvage charges to break up ships, which I think will probably also use Maelstrom. But it's a deep system. It's going to take a while to build. Any questions on salvage, guys, before we move on to refining gameplay? Most folks don't even know where their component bays are in their ships. I don't, to be honest. I'm going to have to learn that kind of stuff. Hello, Ella. Welcome to the channel. Are they going to make salvage the same as mining? What do you mean by that? Secret Christmas gift from CIG. Yeah, they've got like several, right? Luminalia. Hopefully we get another picture of a handlebar. We do need a kill adding to the munch. A kill? Oh, a skill added to the munching. Yes. This is a pattern you've been pointing out for a minute. Everything seems to depend on everything else. Oh yeah, I mean, they talk about it a lot. It's all dependencies. There's a lot of different things that are needed for different things, like the damage maps, or like the physics grids. Suddenly, because the physics grids are working now, different ships are docking better, or certain ships can transform, or we can do more cargo container stuff. You can kind of see stuff come online. It's like, that's not a coincidence. I think he meant player skill. In a C2 and a Sentinel, skill salvage where you need to hold a level into the green level like mining is. Oh, I doubt it. I don't think they're going to do a golf swing mechanic for two different gameplay aspects. I mean, it might be a golf swing mechanic. I don't think it'll be presented as holding something in a green level. I think it would probably be similar to... Actually, it might be kind of like mining, because you're still loading heat into an object to kind of try and break it up. No, I think it would make more sense if we were using lasers and salvage charges. Maybe those could be the explosions, but overheating a ship to crack it seems weird, I guess. I would imagine this would probably be more like you need to make sure to break it in the right way to keep the most integrity, maybe. They could have a system in there where if you break something in the wrong way, it shatters and it makes it harder to scoop up. I don't know. There's a lot of ways they could go about this. And now that they have something basic in the game, they have time to, sit down and design something better. As they add more details, you think we'll see more dedicated industrial players with more casual industrial players moving away to other gameplay? I don't know. I think there's a lot more industrial players than are thought. And I think casual gameplay will work. There was this video that I did. I'll give you a little sneaky peeky. Oops. It's not the right channel. Space Tomato. There we go. In this video, available to all supporters if you're interested. Again, the explosion in location. No. No talking. If you look here, I did a couple of polls. I really should have saved a picture of this. Here we go. So I did a poll across all the different platforms for Star Citizen. And I was asking people basically, do you want to fly ships or do you want to be crew on ships or somewhere else? And it's hard to do it equally on each platform because each platform has a different amount of choices. But I think it was fairly straightforward. And looking at the results, more than 50% of people said that they would be taking 50% crew or not piloting the ship. So like, I don't even know. This was back at the beginning of this year. And if you think about the amount of people, like think about how this game's worked for such a long time. It's been combat ships, even freaking cargo ships have combat lasers on it that you're trying to dogfight with, right? The 600i was one of the best bounty hunters for a while. I don't know why. Because combat was super well developed. There weren't a ton of things for people to do if they weren't flying a combat ship. And it was like that until basically these last couple of years as they've gotten like salvage in a better place, or they introduced salvage, they got mining in a better place and all that. So if 50% or more of people are saying they don't want to be piloting at the time when most of the gameplay is centered around piloting ships to get places, to do things and stuff like that, I think there's going to be a ton of people who are trying to just be crew, or even not crew, but just like not fly necessarily. And I think that means a lot of industrial gameplay. That's my theory, at least. I could be completely wrong, but I think we're going to see a lot more sort of casual industrial players. If we ever get crafting, then industrial gameplay will make sense because you'll actually do something with the RMC. Yeah, and much more than RMC too. They did SRV pilots dirty by making it a crime stat to tow away abandoned ships near stations. That's really dumb. We'll have to figure something out for that, because that needs to be an option. A certain time limit at least for abandoned ships. Yeah, I've heard about the sonic breaker kind of thing. I think that's what most people are head theorizing based on the sound effects and everything. That's what it's doing. Since CIG wants Spectrum to be the in-game internet, they should make a job board. On this job board, have players post jobs for casuals to accept. Those jobs could be like the need box monkey for 3 hours, or a need mining head operator for 2 hours. Agreed. Yeah, we do need something like that. Makes sense, but not what you want to see in the game. I mean, it makes sense, but it's not what they... I don't think it's what they want to do either. I think it's... They really just made a temporary thing that works, and they want physical deconstruction as it is. Alright, refining gameplay. This is an interesting one because they never talk about it. This is supposed to, in my mind, we should have had this by now. I was almost certain we'd see something with refining this year, at least in a sprint report. But they have not talked about it. I'm guessing it was making some progress at the beginning of this year. Things were going well. PES, messed stuff up. That messed other stuff up. That eventually impacted refinery ships, which, as you can see here, had scheduled work completed in November, probably updated next month. But this includes the Expanse, the Starfarer, the Arastra, the Odyssey, the Galaxy. Can't think of any others. There might be a couple others that I'm missing. We have quite a few refineries on ships now, so this is becoming a much bigger feature, especially because with mining taking some steps up, and with Pyro not having as many space stations to refine in, we're going to need space ships to do it with. So here we're going to talk a little bit about how refining works and what the plans are, how it's going to be different from what we do right now with space stations.
Based refining and station-based refining, we're talking about a far more active and involved process for the player on ships.
There's no AFK refining. No AFK refining in anywhere.
You have to pay attention to all the tidbits of the refining process, like the temperature. It's like similar to mining, but a little bit more complex, because there on the refining ship you have the reactor that could have a various amount of methods. So as already mentioned, there could be a furnace, there could be electrolyte system that could grow or help grow or separate crystals. Like you could add in some solvents like acids that would help you, and the entire reactor is built around that. So you could basically, in the end, our goal is to have you, as the owner of the refining ship, tailor your the refining process to your demands. So, for example, imagine a situation where you or your friend is focusing on mining just minerals. So you wouldn't have a furnace there, right? You would have prepare your reactor in a way that the reactor is more efficient with minerals than with metals.
So these would be probably just refining components, like trading out. I think they said the Starfarer's tanks will actually be able to be traded out for mineral storage tanks, maybe? Or if they're different for hydrogen fuel and quantum fuel. So if you could trade those out, he's basically saying you'd be able to do the same for a refinery type. So we'd be able to mine gases, we'd be able to mine minerals, and you would customize your ship based on what you want to do. Maybe the system that you're in, maybe what the economics are saying that day, maybe what your org is doing. But it adds some variability again to how your ship works. What's up, Jeremy?
So this is basically our goal, that you customize it to your demands.
Now, one more thing to add to that, it's you're customized to what you want to refine, but you can also customize. The idea is to allow the player to customize the Starfarer, because the Starfarer was a ship that's supposed to do refueling, and it was also supposed to do refining. So it's up to the players how many tanks for storing stuff, for storing solids, for storing liquids and gas, for storing fuel, or how many reactors does he equip on that ship. So it's up to him how much he wants to store, and maybe the Starfarer is the one that sells, because you don't have a hauling ship, and he just comes back, keeps refining, because then he needs a lot more transporting capacity. So yeah, we're trying to offer all these options, and then it's up to the player to play however he sees fit and whatever the situation needs.
Okay. Now we don't generally do when questions on the show. We leave the when questions to the Star Citizen public roadmap. That's all the best and the most accurate when information that we have is on that roadmap, folks. That said, the stuff that we're talking about here, the refining, is this theory crafting of something we're going to work on someday in the future, or is this stuff that we're actively developing right now?
It's in design. Design is done and approved. It's waiting an actual programmer to finish some of his current work and to jump on this.
Awesome.
Hey, so talking about Torsten, does that mean that he had to get his stuff done with, what has he been working with? Engineering, right? So Dan Truffin and Torsten both are pretty heavily involved in engineering, so I'm guessing that might be part of the slowdown with us getting refining, is that, just getting things signed off and making sure it fits into the game.
Off approved design, just wait.
This video is, I think, 2 years old.
Pretty much.
Yeah, okay. 2021.
And it's soon with the TM, but yeah, fairly soon.
There it is. Soon TM. That's why soon TM always means soon if everything else goes well, because it never does. Pumpkin Master, dude, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. I feel like there's a creator I watched that loved pumpkins. Who was that? Daisy creator. Can't remember his name. No, Rust. I guess Rust and Daisy. Either way, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you.
We're not looking in this in years and years from now. We're waiting for one feature to finish, and we're going to be looking.
See, okay, now that they can't say. I think they've gotten better about saying stuff like that. That was a definite bad idea to say that, because it has been years and years, and we still don't have refining. But again, this was at a time when they expected Pyro to be in game the next year. So everything, making predictions based on this game long term is just a bad idea. I've also learned that the hard way.
All right. Let's see.
That's why they don't do when questions.
About refining, you mentioned refueling. All
right, let's listen to refueling a little bit, because refueling, for those who don't know, is actually in the game. Refueling is like, it's funny, refueling is like docking, and docking is basically useless because most ships can't do it. Like refueling, it's like, okay, most ships we can do it, but there's no way really to do it, so there's no reason to do it, so it's kind of useless. And it's funny because refueling used docking to be made, and they both just kind of don't really get used much. But refueling is important for Pyro, which is why they rushed it in, and I'm hoping why they upgrade it next year. So let's listen to what they have to say about that. I believe I got the questions here. We're going to jump straight to the question about Pyro, actually. By the way, peek the Space Tomato Christmas shirt. This is our Christmas piece. Back in the store as of today. Little Luminalia celebration with Microtech and everything, if you're interested. We've also just added, I'm doing a little merch plug, I hope you don't mind. We also just added some new GII stuff. A nice little all-over hoodie with a pretty nice design on it. Designed by Mrs. T herself. Mrs. Tomato Originals are now available in the store. Basically everything that we just put up is like Christmas themed, Luminalia themed, though, if you want to check that out. But that's my plug for the day. I do love this t-shirt. I love this design. This was done by our artist. He does actually a lot of Star Citizen art. B-Mongol does a lot of like ship art, and really killed it with this Luminalia design. Mrs. Tomato designed it, and then he put it in the art style. But I think almost everything on the store, if not everything on the store, is Mrs. T Select. So check it out if you like, random YouTuber merchandise.
Is the refueling is in active development right now? Is this because it's a prerequisite for Pyro?
It's not exactly a prerequisite. It's something that's going to help Pyro a lot. Finding fuel in Pyro is not going to be as easy as in Stanton. This is a torn down place. Everyone has left the building a long time ago. The people that are there and want to sell you fuel either are going to try to rip you off, or you're going to pay everything you have to refuel. So you're going to be relying on players. You're going to be relying on other people to come in with fuel from Stanton.
I don't think that's true anymore. This was not, by this time they had already figured out Pyro was going to be more frontier than just outlaw. But I don't think people should worry that we won't get NPC fuel services in Pyro. I think it's just going to be harder, like he's saying. But, you know, if you look at the way that they're doing the gangs, even the Dusters gang right now is a neutral force, so they would probably refuel you in Stanton. There will be forces like that in Pyro too. It's not just going to be everywhere, it's just going to turn you away. That would suck.
And bring it in there and sell it to you at whatever price. So the problem also comes with Pyro is like, it's very hard to find a station to refuel. They're far between. So you might be, oh, I'm in the middle of nowhere now. There's no way for me to get back to that station where I know there's fuel. Hey, can someone come help me? Someone come help me comes with a dose of risk, because someone come help me might come with guns. But yeah, this is where you have to trust other players, and this is where some of our reputation thing is going to come in handy. As in, you look over.
There's the big one. There's so much stuff that's intertwined with this, like Scott was saying earlier, that's just interconnected with all this stuff in order for it to work right. Like, even with refueling, as is being said in chat, it's in the game, but it doesn't work. The gameplay itself doesn't work. On top of that, you can't put out a beacon to ask for refuel, so you have to coordinate in global chat, which is insane. Like, you can't, could you imagine? It's like a trap. I mean, even people won't come to refuel you because it sounds like a trap. Hey, I ran out of fuel. Somebody come refuel me. But that's what we got in the game right now. And it's kind of like with Salvage. It's just not how it should be. That is an interesting... Oh, that's interesting. But there's less refueling areas by design in Pyro. Yes, there are less areas by design. Same as when you put out beacons where you have to trust they will help you. At least with, like, transport beacons, there's a star system, though. I don't know if it really works that well, but there is that. Oh, Vasson just gifted a San Tomato holiday t-shirt. Yo, Vasson, that is dope. Looks like anybody on Twitch can type in !enter to win a shirt gifted by Vasson from our store. Dude, thank you so much for that. That's awesome. The San Tomato design is the one that's actually on our Discord server right now, little Santa with a hat on. So if you're on Twitch, make sure to type in !enter. Get yourself a little hoodie, or a t-shirt, I think it was. And back to the gameplay.
For who you're dealing with. You go, well, this guy's been killing everyone that moves. I'm not refueling with you. I'm not telling you where I am, pretty much.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say that while Star Citizen is a massively multiplayer game, it is a multiplayer game. Some systems will be a little more friendly to the solo players than others. Pyro, from everything I've seen and read and heard and spoken about Pyro definitely seems like it's dangerous to go alone.
That's the point. It's that crazy zone. Congratulations to our winner of that shirt. That was a quick 60 seconds giveaway. I got to see if we can expand that time. Figment, you won the shirt. Congrats, my friend. Make sure to get in touch with Mrs. Tomato. We'll get that set up for you. Thank you so much. And Azen, thank you for the gifts, the gifted memberships on YouTube, dude. Welcome to the club, folks. Don't forget we got exclusive videos for you coming out almost every month. Latest one just came out talking about the Montreal studio and how Star Citizen is actually going to try and build 100 star systems. A little crazy, but they've got some plans.
Exactly.
Last question on refueling before we move on. Ground vehicles. Are refueling ground vehicles ever going to be a thing? I mean, do they even need gas right now? I don't think so.
It's also like, I don't think they have a fuel right now, do they? So, but the good thing is, so once they would have, we could have a solution to that.
It's not a problem. Once we do this, I think we will have to see how docking between two land-based vehicles will work, because that influences this. But once they start having proper fuel, I don't think it's a problem of bringing your tanker, whatever, truck next to.
You guys imagine like a Starfarer floating above like a tiny little PTV, refueling it. It gets filled up in 2 seconds. So that's refueling. We did a little bit of that because that was attached onto refining, but let's go back to refining gameplay and listen to what they were saying about that stuff. Honestly, refueling needs help, seriously. And I'm surprised we haven't really heard much about it with Pyro coming up, but we need to get better refueling, better refueling systems and services for this game to work before we go to Pyro. So back to refining stuff.
Which is for crafting and refining. Like this, the distribution of the resources helps us drastically to already plan out all the next steps that will, as Dan so nicely always mentions, it's like we really want to close out the loop, right? So you start at mining, you pick up the resources, may it be mining, may it be salvage, then you bring it to your refinery, you refine it to the processed goods, and once you have it in the processed goods, you bring it to your crafting facility, crafting ship, crafting whatever, and then you create
It's the full
requested
loop.
Items.
That's the full freaking industrial loop. That would be, I guess we'd still need exploration technically, but that's kind of attached on, right? You have mining, transport, refining, transport, crafting. That's it. We're pretty close to that.
Of them, and then you can even like circle back to like recycling the goods that you created and bring them back into the loop. So yeah, this is the ultimate goal. And with the current mining update, we are one step closer to achieving that. While I think we already mentioned it, that we are already working on the next steps in our team. So it's an active development.
So this talk is actually from fairly recently. This is May 2023, and I believe he does get into some refueling work. The problem is I don't refining. Sorry, I don't have any timestamps on this one. This one's rough. So let's see what he gets into. If it's not what I thought it was, we can move on. But I was under the impression he talks about refining here.
But no, it will not only be so. But talking about mining in particular, no, that's not the end of it. And the reason is because there are still some ships missing that were announced,
right.
And they should have their own treatment of how you play mining with those.
Right. Things like the Orion.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's also a lot of the things that are going to change, exactly as we said. Eventually it all leads to crafting and making your own items out of nothing. You start out of nothing with a ship and you get this. But there's a few very interesting things along the way. One of the closest things right now are going to be those mining sacks. We need to be able to eject, collect, put into a refinery, process all that, or turn into refined materials, take that to a manufacturing ship, or sell it, or whatever you want to do. So the main thing is like we're seeing this as a mining operation. We're seeing this as mining, refining, hauling, production, crafting,
right.
manufacturing operation that you can run. You can run it with 2-3 people, or you can run it on a full scale where you have whatever 20 prospectors, 5 refinery ships, 3 haulers, escort for all of them. It's all that thing. Once that ecosystem starts going, you're going to see some amazing operations in Star Citizen.
All these,
this is like this is a heavy multiplayer gameplay. Doesn't it kind of feel like when they talk about that, it's almost a different game? Because there's just no reason, there's no rhyme or reason really to fly a fleet right now. There is a little bit. Obviously, you can have some fun with it. But when they talk about this kind of stuff, it really does feel like they're setting up for a different game when it comes to focusing more on like org gameplay. Like right now, they're building the sort of Star Citizen basic experience, and then we're going to have a whole separate development focus on building out this sort of group gameplay style. You want your Starfarer to actually work. It's not working. Oh, because the refueling isn't working. Yeah, it's good lord. The Starfarer is such a sad story of a ship. Like, it's just always been the butt of jokes. The last to be updated. We also need to be able to open our ship doors from our mobi-glass. Yeah, seriously. It's so annoying to load a ground vehicle into a ship. Fleets are good for large org gameplay, like taken down in the wake of disaster. Yeah. In the wake of disaster should probably be like a 5 to 7 person or 5 to 7 ship multi-ship operation, right? With like 15 to 20 people, including some cargo transports. But as of right now, you go out there with a couple reclaimers and you're pretty much good. All right, let's see what else he talks about here, though. Please get to refining. Come on, do it.
Connect to form a chain. They all link into one, into another, to basically, work to do mining is also work that will affect crafting, will affect refining and stuff. It's all building out this industrial way of life in the persistent universe. Basically
exactly, and pretty much all of these industrial professions are going to feed into some form of refining / crafting. That's kind of the pinnacle of everything, whether you do it from mining, whether you do it from salvaging, or any other system that's going to be coming down the line, whatever, picking lovely flowers because they have some oil that you can extract from them and use that to lubricate your machine guns or whatever. That's a different, so it all feeds into this thing where you can produce your own items and create hopefully a very flourishing economy where people trade whatever they produce today with whatever someone else produced.
Right. So let's flip over to another one of those game loops that's linked, Salvage. Obviously, Salvage. You made its debut.
I guess we're going to talk a little bit about Salvage here. So, cheers.
You in 3.18 now. Yep. We're talking about it for so long. It's hard to. How's that going? How's the response to that been? Are you happy with it? Are you content with it? Or do you see nothing but the problems and where you want to go next? I invite you to be very candid in this. Tell me how you're seeing Salvage right now after its release. Come on, Dan.
Oh, should I do it? I thought I'd leave this one to Torsten. Okay. This is his baby. He started this. He brought it to completion. I don't want to talk about it. From mining, I have a lot of things to say because I started it, and then Torsten is bringing it to completion. But for this one, I'd rather let Torsten take it.
So the question was where we are at with it and how happy we are, and I'm really happy with what we have, and especially with the short time that we actually got to work on that. Like, yeah, I know you all have been waiting for it for quite some time, but actually the time frame it was thrown at us was quite short. So I'm really happy with what we pulled out, or what we achieved in that time frame. And I think I mentioned it already at some point, that what I like the most about the Salvage that was introduced with 3.18, so the hull scraping, is that it is such a nice contrast to all the other gameplay loops that we have. Right, we have a very action-based combat, or we have an action-based combat. We have mining that is very now even more than before, but it is like challenging in terms of itemization planning and preparation and stuff like that. While hull scraping right now is you jump into your vulture or into your reclaimer, you drive past some debris pieces, and you can just put on some music and relax and just scrape off their hull. And I think that is this. Like, I think good games are made out of those, like a variety of systems that deliver on certain demands that you as the player have. And sometimes, you might have had a rough day, so what you need is just sit back, relax, and I think hull scraping is the perfect loop for that. So, yeah, I'm really happy with where we're at. And what I'm also proud of is that we managed to deliver our first glimpse of crafting. So having that in there with a filler station is also a very nice thing to have.
Not gonna lie, I'm still not a big fan of hull scraping. I think it's good as gameplay, but one of the biggest problems I have with it is kind of hard to tell what is and is not scraped when these ships are made out of so many different types of materials that can't be scraped. I hope we can get a little bit... I don't know how exactly they can go about making that displayed better. I know the orange glow helps, but right now it still feels a little bit frustrating. And I guess that's kind of part of it. It can't be too easy. It's got to be... You can't just paint all over the ship. You got to actually have some strategy to it, I guess. What do you guys think of hull scraping? Anybody who does it regularly thinks it's still fun, or has it gotten old to you? With all this multi-crew mechanics and gameplay coming, you're so happy you joined GII, such an awesome and active org. Hey, I agree with that. And it's only going to be better with the new stuff. I like where you're coming from, Colt. Welcome to GII, though. I'm glad you've been enjoying it with us. Why would people want to scrape now when it is way easier to munch? They probably don't. But hopefully at some point scraping will be useful again. Yeah, we should be getting an ISC today, I believe. Yeah. About Salvage. Does everyone play guitar at CIG? I think so. I think it's a requirement for having a webcam. You're doing it right now. You approve of it, but it gets a little old. It's relaxing, throw on some good music. Okay. Scraping seems fine. It's just a chill way to play. You like to pilot the Reclaimer and banter with the crew. That's cool. That's actually really nice. People who like to pilot during industrial gameplay are appreciated. Low-key 80k for a Cutlass Drake is solid. Got old for you quick. Still prefer mining to hull scraping. Okay. Scraping's still a lot of people's favorite thing. That's good. Maybe they did a good job with it then. I mean, considering how little gameplay you have surrounding scraping, if people can stick with it for months right now and not get bored, then eventually when it has a lot more going for it, material types, maybe different components or subcomponents or things you can attach to the ships, even the ability to go in and get out the components themselves from the other ships, like all that stuff's going to make it even more interesting. So that's good to hear people are still finding it enjoyable. You like the tractor beams and physicalized cargo more than the salvage and mining game loops so far. Interesting thing about that is that the tractor beams and physicalized cargo are kind of salvaging too. It's like a game system, I guess, that makes the salvage better as well. You get paid more to scrape than munch once the balance is complete. Get that nice epoxy-laden outer coating. Manufacturers love that stuff. Munching will be worth less in the future. It's no different than the people who do bunkers and don't collect all the bodies. Some people are more thorough. Some people just want more loops. True. It may be at the point where like you're not even out doing a salvage job. You just happen to come across a ship where you realize, oh crap, this ship has a really nice layer of stuff that I want. Like, you don't even have to be a salvager to do salvaging. Necessary to have a power washing game mode in an MMO. It's a good like regular activity people can do. CMC and RMC I think are both placeholders. I'm guessing RMC is a placeholder. The outer coating is going to be something else as well. What was promised with scraping that wasn't delivered? Was there a... Did somebody say that? If you need an adrenaline rush when you're playing, industrial jobs aren't the way to go. I digress. Have you ever been mining with me? I'll get your blood pumping. And I'll probably get you dead too. It should only allow munching to be available after 77-80% of the hull has been scraped away. I don't know. Great group gameplay. We do it all the time, and it is fun to do while chatting away with org mates. It's a very good org gameplay, huh? It's almost like a social activity. Oh, industry is a big part of this game. Industry will be bigger in this game than combat, I believe. Combat will always have its place, always have its gameplay, but let's be honest, there's just more you have to do industrial than combat based in a normal functioning society. I don't know about where you guys live, but I hope that's the case.
So it's like already a glimpse for all of you players, but that's what's to come.
You touch on something. I'm sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Sorry, I just wanted to fill in on this. It's kind of funny because when we started working on this, there was a bit of a clash of ideas, which always happens with anything you're designing. Thorsten was always trying to deliver this more chilled experience, just you and your ship in the middle of nowhere, just hull scraping whatever you found. And I was like, no, it needs to be challenging. It needs to explode if you touch a wire or something like this. And I'm like, no, just let's do it this way. And indeed, you need to have the variety. If everything explodes the second you do something wrong, you always have that tension. So it's nice to have the ups and downs. There will be chances for explosions and stuff like this with other gameplay or maybe with other parts of Salvage. But it's
plenty of chances for explosions.
A mix of everything. And I do have to add to what Thorsten just said, is like the team pulled off an amazing feature. There were a lot of dependencies on other team, and it came at a time when a lot of heavy tech was coming, and it kind of influenced the delivery, and they did an amazing job.
Actually, on that, before it's forgotten, because without the weapon feature team that did
keep in mind, the video we watched earlier, that was the beginning of this process, right? So I think that was here when Todd was mentioning here that they were just starting the hull scraping development, kind of. They were getting, I'm assuming they were getting their R&D, and really it was very dependent on the damage maps too. But this was around when it seemed like they were really starting development back in 2020. So it hit some point in earnest in 2021, I think. And it seemed like this was something that they would probably have done late next year, and it was delayed mainly for the persistent stuff. So 2.5 years or so to get something like that running. And then they came in and got something for hull munching going from, design prototype in probably less than a year, it seems. Siphoning probably will take even less time than that. And then they upgrade it from there. They're getting better at, the ships, the locations, and all that has upgraded. But these gameplay systems, I think they're also getting better at shipping faster, which is nice. Even if it is in a more broken down type of format than we want at first.
Phase work and the VFX team that pulled out like the amazing damage map work that was required for that, we would be sitting here and talking about this. So also huge kudos to the weapon feature team and to the VFX team that really helped us achieve what we have now.
Yeah, if for backers who are used to mining and exploding and dying, you can send your letters to Dan Treppen, care of Cloud Imperium Games. I don't know the new address. I used to know the old address, and I realized that you have the new address there. I don't know it. First, I want to touch on something that you touched on. There's a misconception that applies to everything that you touched on. That from the moment we say, "Oh, this is something we want to do," that it must be in active development, that all things are in active development at the same time. Because we've been talking about salvaging for years and years and years. That's not the same as you have had the resources available to you, the schedule available to you, and you and your people to actually work on it, which, like you said, it was a relatively short window for this first iteration there. And I want to mention that phenomenon can be applied to every single aspect of Star Citizen. It's when you saw your first jump points at CitizenCon 2019. Jump points have not been in continuous development for the last 4 years. The first time you saw the interior of the Hull C, which has recently been added to the 320 outlook, that has not been in continuous development.
Okay, we definitely dove into salvage there. Let's get back to refining. Which again, let me see. I'm pretty sure we can look up the Star Citizen, May monthly report might have been. They were talking about refining still. It might have been earlier than that. They stopped. We're talking about refining pretty early this year. Yeah, no, not here. Let's try March. Refine. Come on. Show me. Ship refinery work began. So in March, the gameplay team was beginning ship refinery design. These intentions were brought up to speed to allow the engineers to start work in the next sprint. That's it. And, you know, if you look at some of the other gameplay stuff that we get in terms of features, let's go to April. What they were reporting on Star Citizen development in April was anything refining based? For the refinery, the first blockout for the UI screen was created and the gameplay beats of the various refining methods were discussed. The team now have a clear understanding of what the different deliverables will look like and how the actual gameplay will play and feel. So, in a month, it took them a month to figure out the major hits of how refining gameplay would work. I'm assuming based off of other things that they've already done, right? We've watched these videos where they're talking about sort of almost theory crafting. So in a month, they went from sort of having an idea to getting it down on paper and knowing what it feels like. But then, for whatever reason, development just kind of paused on it, at least in terms of the monthly reports. And that's why I have no clue where this is, but it is some ways along. So when we do start hearing about it again, there is a good chance it'll come fairly quickly, 6 to 9 months, you know, two or three quarters. I really hope that they do it next year though. But here's the last bit of info we have on it. This is the introduction of our dedicated refining ship, the Expanse.
Hey everybody. In our last episode of the quarter, we wanted to mix things up and take a sneak peek ahead at something coming your way while we're out on hiatus. It's the next concept ship from industrial powerhouse MISC and the first dedicated refinery craft of its kind. Let's take a look.
We've got quite a few ships already in the MISC manufacturer lineup.
You have the Prospector, you have the Starfarer,
Hull series.
But we wanted to have dedicated entry-level ship into the refining gameplay career for ship owners. The MISC Expanse fills a great hole in the gameplay loop of the entire mining refining cycle, because currently you go out to the far reaches of space, you mine some rocks, you fill up your capacity, then you yourself have to trek all the way back to the grain station or somewhere like that.
Yeah, it sucks.
To refine, and then you have to trek all the way back to go continue mining, whereas the Expanse...
We're now getting so desperate that we're going to start dragging asteroids back to stations because we still can't do it with these.
Be the middleman, where you take on board mined goods, you process it, and then you can either sell it yourself or you can transfer it back to a cargo ship and they complete the whole gameplay loop. The Expanse is the starter ship in the sort of refinery tier. We have refineries on other ships such as the Starfarer, but they're more specialized into purely doing fuel, where the Expanse has a bonus over them. Is it has what we call reactors on them, and at a very simplistic level, one reactor is one refinery process, and the Expanse has 6 of them on board, so it allows you to potentially do 6 entirely different refinery processes simultaneously, or for maximum output you can...
Now, when we... in fact, after this, we'll go and look at the Q&A for refining and for this ship specifically, because there are some really interesting things that complicate what he's saying here. But the refining process, having 6 refiners, it's more than just throw stuff into this ship and it gets refined over some time and then gets popped out. As Dan Truffin said earlier, there's no AFK mining. None. You're standing there, it's an active process. It's like mining or salvaging, and it's much faster than what we do in the stations. So they talk about reagents, being able to craft reagents and things that you have to throw into the furnace or urn or whatever to change the way that the refining process is going to get the most out of what you're doing. So there's crafting involved here. There's some thought involved here. There's your own know-how, knowing which materials react with what. It's going to be a pretty in-depth process. I'm actually surprised at how small this ship is because it looks much bigger to me, but it'll be cool to see what more they do with a larger style refinery like the Orion or the Galaxy even.
You can do 6 of all the same type and really sort of improve your bandwidth, so to speak, of refinery. We picked MISC because it sort of fits that industrial aesthetic.
You've got the rounded front nose of the ship. But then what you'll notice, you've got the well, not massive, but you've got the big shoulders, and that's also on the Starfarer. And so we wanted to keep that. So it's sort of basically big airflow, big intakes, straight into an engine, and then back out. When people look at the back, there are certain visual elements there that you'll see that are common throughout the ship manufacturers. It's sort of the ball engine almost, very sort of defined fins that surround that spherical engine. And also the other sort of main feature is the 8 pods. There are 4 on either side. It really gives this ship a unique look and silhouette. There's no mistaking this ship. People might be familiar already with sort of MISC interiors are generally sort of a letterbox kind of viewpoint. It's very widescreen. You've got that basically when you're sat in the pilot seat. You've got all your instrumentation laid out in front of you. It's all quite sleek, holographic. It's still sort of quite compact because it is a one-man ship. Leading from the cockpit, it will take you into just a small living section. So bed, locker, that kind of stuff. And then progressing to the rear of the ship is just a really small sort of like operations room, basically, where you can interface with the refinery section. And there's a little window there, and you can sort of see through into the gubbins. And you'll have a little bit of a display that you'll be able to do some of your interaction with. It's split level, so to get out of the ship, basically you'll enter into a really sort of compact and bijou lift, or an elevator, as some people say. That'll take you down to the lower floor. Jared, you might want to call it the ground floor. And then
the 0 floor.
And then outside down a ramp, basically. So
you weird Brits. I don't know if this is actually no. This is like all of you guys over there in Europe. Me and Mrs. Tomato get in arguments about this all the time. You guys calling floors the 0 floor. It's like you can't call the ground floor because it's the basement. But then like, what is it, the -1th floor? If it's not 0, or I don't understand, man. Y'all with your ground floor stuff, just silly.
Yeah, quite small. I mean, I think the ship is going to be kind of cool. I mean, obviously it's a niche role, and it's not going to appeal to every player. But I think as a ship and as an owner, I think people are really going to like it. I think they're probably going to sort of really start to gel with it. It's got a lot of personality, I would say, and I hope that people A, will enjoy what it does, but B, will also sort of enjoy the visuals of the ship and just flying around in it and just having that sort of one-man support experience.
The Misk Expanse is the first dedicated refinery ship for Star Citizen, an ideal place for beginners looking to start making their way in this career, intended partner of the Prospector mining vehicle, and you can learn more about it in the coming weeks on the robertsspaceindustries.com website.
Yeah.
But up next...
So that's what we're going to go do now, because they've got some interesting stuff to say. So the Misk Expanse Q&A. Let's go see what they're saying. Still called a basement in Canada. See, I'm proud of you there. It's good. Keep it up. But yeah, it's funny because like it depends on where you're entering from. If you like have a ground floor, a ground entrance at the basement, is it a ground floor? All right. So let's talk a little bit about the Q&A. This is more context for this ship. This is actually what we're going to get, something similar to this in the for the mining ship, the Erastra, later today. So if that comes out in time while we're still live, we'll go over that. If not, probably touch on it tomorrow. So some of the interesting questions they've got here, we won't go over everything, but one one of the first things they say here is, what are the benefits of using a refinery ship? Dang it. I hate that Stream Elements does this. It always counts everything twice on YouTube. What are the benefits of using a refinery ship compared to a station-based refinery? The most obvious benefit is that you have the refinery on site. Yay! Meaning you won't have to take long trips to the station all the time. Another benefit is that on-ship refining process is planned to take less time than in-station, since you will be in control of the process. You'll also be unaffected by the refinery station's occupancy level when it's being used by other players. So you were asking about why not just fly back to a station. The ship also will take you less time and will get you more efficient yields. So they're all the time when they're trying to build these ships and these gameplay elements, oftentimes they're asking the same questions we are, and they try to build stuff in to make it more challenging or make you think about it. That's why I think that there's probably going to be more going into the Salvage gameplay. How long will refining take on the Expanse compared to the station refining? It's relatively fast and skill-based. If you know the material you want to refine and you know how to properly process it, you should be much faster than the big refineries. Also, you'll be refining much smaller quantities. Last guy had way too much wetness in his S's. You like those wetnesses? I don't even know how to do that. Can we refine Quantanium to make it stable? Probably. I would certainly hope so. Will it have safe storage for volatile ore, like Quantanium? No, the Expanse doesn't currently have safe material storage, so volatility will not be bypassed by storing it. However, it should halt when the refining process begins. There you go, Jim. Will there be a mini-game for refining like we have for other professions? They don't want to call it a mini-game. No. Since the mechanics is a little too complex for that, we have a general idea of what we'd like the player refining process to be. It's not final and is subject to change, but currently, the idea for refining is, first, you'll put in the refinery sack. The sack. That's these little bags here that also are in the prospect or in the mole. From the delivery or mining ship with the tractor beam and attach it to the intake socket of your Expanse. Then you'll analyze the materials, and based on your findings, you must decide which refining process you want to use. So, I'm guessing we'll have guides to this that you can look up, but if you know your stuff, you'll probably be able to refine a lot faster. You'll pick either a predefined method with limited direct interaction or a manual approach, which has you directly interacting with the material through interactions like grinding, melting, dissolving, and more. Our goal here is to allow you to decide on how much effort you want to put into it. So you could take the easy way and pick a well-known method, or you could come up with your own refining recipe. That's a high bar, honestly, for just a refining gameplay loop. You know, I take it back. I didn't say this was niche, but I said it would be less popular than mining and salvage. I take that back. This looks like they're putting enough effort into this that it's going to be something a lot of people will be interested in doing. And with enough NPC-based missions, you're not going to have to do this by going out with some other players. You'll just get mined goods from other NPCs and get refining gameplay out of that. This sounds exciting. Basically cooking with rocks. Yes. Some might say Breaking Bad. Sounds like a recipe for explosion if you mess up. Ain't no better form of adrenaline than risk of exploding. Vultures could sell their RMC off to haulers right now, but they don't. I just see the same for this until we have trade tools like Jim said. Well, yeah, of course. We need tools. We also kind of need an economy and probably crafting so that people feel the need to do this stuff. I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about whenever this actually ends up being a thing. We'll be able to begin refining and then store the Expanse via ASOP terminal without interrupting the refining process. That'd be rich. They said no. You can't cheat. Industrial gameplay? Industrial gameplay, Wendig. Will AI blades operate stations such as engineering or refining to be implemented before forced multi-crew gameplay due to the complexity of systems? I don't want to rely on other humans. They always fail you. That sucks. Humans made this game, unfortunately. No. AI blades and NPC crew will not be in the game before engineering. Engineering will probably be in the game in the next 8 months. AI blades and NPCs will likely need to rely on more stable servers, which we probably won't have in the next 8 months. So it's going to be a while before that. But I don't think in most situations you'll really need to have other people with you, with this, especially with this first version of engineering. At worst, I think you'd probably need like one other person on a... I think mainly this is going to be more difficult for things like combat ships and heavy tool ships. So Prospector, SRV, the Mole. Stuff where you have to manage power a little bit more. Gotta find an org to work with. Yeah, we have great times with other people in our org. I dislike very much the idea that a single player will be able to do everything a multi-person crew can do. And they won't. They won't. The gameplay is going to be different. Think the Sandtalk AI will come out? Yes. 322. That's like saying you want to run a javelin but don't like people. What are your options? Some things are limited by your willingness to be social. Yeah, the game's going to be limited if you don't like people, unfortunately. That's just how it's going to be. To what extent? We won't know until it's here. But this game's going to play differently if you don't want to play with other people. It's inevitable. What materials can the Expanse refine? The current aim is to have every raw and unrefined material be refinable, so all minerals, gases, and metals, including scrap. We'd also like to refine gases into fuel. That's going to be fun. I hope the gas giants are what's used for that. Is it compatible with the Argo Mole, Grey Cat Rock, and Drake Vulture? The Expanse is planned to refine the vast majority of output from the vehicles above, so it shouldn't matter what the unrefined material comes from. Hold up. Still looking at FPS mining in the Grey Cat Rock. They're going to have to change the way these sacks work. How are we supposed to load stuff from the Vulture into here? Can't put a box on that. Fun times ahead then, hope so. Fun times ahead, my friend. I agree with you, it'll be there will be downsides to the AI Blades Vaesen, but I do think that they're supposed to be the subcomponents for computers. Single player will be able to use a multi-crew ship, they just will not be able to fully utilize all the facilities or services. Yeah, it'll just be like normal life. If you were to try and drive a large ship across the sea in real life, you'd be able to probably do it. You just have to be running around doing a bunch of different things all the time, and it wouldn't really be as fun. Idris is coming out when Squadron does. Not anytime soon, though. The rock can mine ores now? It can still just the rocks it's been doing. How long have I been playing the game? The first time I played was 2014, but I didn't start regularly playing until like 2019. Will refining require consumables? This is where that crafting comes in. It will likely require some use of power, catalysts, and other reagents. We plan to have your refinery be able to craft catalysts and reagents if you have the proper materials on hand. Will they require power from the ship to operate? This is what I was talking about with engineering. The refinery will be dependent on the ship's power plant. This might even impact your ship's energy balance if you want to run high energy processes in your reactor. So again, you might be doing refining and you might be fine doing it on your own, and you can do all of this solo, but it'll be a lot easier if somebody can be standing around actively monitoring your power. Why does the Expanse have a single small shield when most ships this size are better protected? It's due to the energy-intensive nature of the refinery process. The compromise was only having a single small shield to allow the ship to have full shielding while refinery processes are undertaken. Again, engineering used for balance. Could you explain in broad terms how the sack system works? Yeah, see, this only works with the Prospector and Mole, but they're talking about getting stuff from the Vulture. I don't know how they're going to do that. Did you see the video of astronauts on the ISS finding a tomato that was lost in space for 8 months? What? What? Yo, that's a real space tomato, huh? Lucky guy. They never let me stay in space that long. Could you explain in broad terms the sack system? Raw ore, does it use the same container? Oh, here we go. Okay. We plan to allow players to reuse the sacks that the raw materials were brought in and refuel them with refining materials. Prospector delivers you the sack of unrefined materials, which you successfully attach to your Expanse's intake socket. You can either move the contents directly to your reactor or store it in one of the sacks on the side of the Expanse to be refined later. Nice, so this is all storage too. That's good. Be careful though, the intake socket has a very weak connection and will not hold the sack in place during travel. Okay, so it's probably like a tractor beam. Yeah, it's all about these sacks. They don't talk about boxes. Wow. So this ship has 6 of these sacks, which allow for 64 SCU of minerals or whatever refined goods you have. And then it has 6 more compressed sacks above it. So technically you're getting 128 SCU of potential refining from one set of bags. But, you know, if you're out here in a ship like this, that doesn't matter. You're doing trips, you're doing rounds. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with this sack system, because I don't see how it's going to meld with the boxes. Is the system being planned to allow players to charge for ore pricing like when refueling from another player's Starfarer? Yes, we plan to have selling and purchasing systems where players are able to sell their unrefined materials to the Expanse, which will then be refined and sold on. That's an important piece of the industrial loop. Inventory exchange. This latest update, 3.22, actually gets us a lot closer to that. There's still not the escrow idea of payment transactions, but because now you can have like a 4 SCU box, you could just plop it on the ground and use it for transactions with people. Basically just have it in your ship. Tell somebody they can't go on your ship until they join your party. They have to pay a certain amount of money to enter your party, and you have a protected storefront, because now we can shoot anybody who joins our ship if they're not in our party. So like, you could definitely start selling stuff, but until we get proper transactions and menus and UI to support it, these kinds of ships are going to be a lot less useful. So hopefully that's coming next year. Now let's talk about cargo. Cargo's exciting because it's like actively happening right now. What we're going to do to talk about cargo today is we're going to go over the cargo related ISCs we got this year, which are talking about the current changes coming to the cargo system and inventory boxes. And then we're going to check out, sorry, that's this one, and then yeah, this one. And then we're going to check out the actual cargo profession and how it's going to change with new factions and everything starting next year. So starting from the back, 3 years ago, 2020, this is them talking about cargo decks, which are kind of a laughing point. My main reason for showing you this is because we now don't really know what cargo decks are going to go. So let's get caught up on cargo decks and then jump more into the design behind what cargo hauling is going to be. Do I think because of GTA 6 they will have to speed up things a little? GTA 6 is too much of a competition, so things like server meshing and NPC crews will need to be achieved with more devs. No, unfortunately, I don't think they'll make it that far because Starfield had to make them speed up their development, or else they wouldn't have been able to... I'm sorry. No, I don't think that's gonna do anything. GTA 6 isn't really competition for this game. Not to say it's worse or better, it's just like Starfield was, just like Cyberpunk is, and just like New World is. They're all going for very different types of people. Starfield and Cyberpunk, I think, we're hitting kind of the same sorts of people. But this game is like way more annoying than what GTA 6 will be. GTA 6 is probably going to be the most popular game in history. So they can't throw a bunch of stuff in it that's going to piss people off to, you know, make you have to bring other ships along or make you have to interact with this a certain way. I think GTA 6 is going to be an amazing game, but I don't think they need to do anything about that. I'm looking forward to it, though. Now, cargo.
So with Star Citizen and our focus on careers, we wanted to be able to create points of interest for the players to go to. With 3.11, we're taking our next step in realizing this, and that is the additions of cargo decks.
In the past, we've had these big multidisciplinary kickoffs, but hey, for the cargo decks, this time it was different. This time we had a kickoff, but it was just with the art director and just with narrative, and we were able to focus on a bigger picture.
We discussed we want these to be port stations.
We knew that, you know, we could do it very simply if we wanted to, with just sort of a console, but at the same time we kind of knew that we wanted to create a sort of unique cargo focused experience for the player, which involves a new environment, which is where we came up with the idea of having a sort of discrete separate deck.
So these are major stations where all the cargo funnels into and then is distributed into other areas from there.
Some of the inspirations we've been looking at, obviously, like, we draw heavy inspiration from existing cargo infrastructure in the real world, and then it's always about sort of adding the Star Citizen Sci-Fi shine to that.
Metro Baker Charlie says Delta 5 to shipping. Quantum 1 Metro Baker Charlie says Delta 5.
In a location like the cargo decks, audio has a very important role in conveying life, busyness, commotion. You know, we work very, very closely with visuals. It's important. Visuals, you know, we were kind of like right there with them. You want to build off of what you're seeing, but in a lot of cases, you need to build off of what you can't see, what's unseen. Audio has a very important job to make you feel that there's life, even when there's none or not much.
So with 3.11, we've taken our first step in what our cargo decks will eventually be. The exterior of the space stations, we've added cargo storage areas,
What will they eventually be, Todd?
Out, you know, from a silhouette perspective, what the station is focusing on and doing.
If you fly
I really
close
love
enough,
this song.
You should see that they hold up pretty well to those cargo modules, and I would say that the cargo modules themselves on the exterior are super fun to fly through, and that was on purpose.
I really wish that they had talked about these cargo decks in the video we're going to talk about from CitizenCon this year. The fact that they did not talk about cargo decks when discussing the cargo profession is actually really disheartening. What's going to happen with these locations? Are they going to have to redo these again? Not talking about these does present the possibility that these locations will be redone based on the actual way cargo is going to work. But maybe they'll just be able to add docking ports and hangars and figure something out. I don't know. I don't know where these are headed.
Themselves on the exterior are super fun to fly through, and that was on purpose. So the player accesses the cargo deck from an elevator, and essentially they come out of an elevator into the cargo space. It's not a super huge space, the cargo deck, but it does give you that impression of a really large scale sort of warehouse and the work going on around you.
For us in audio, we achieve a sense of life with layers.
Quantum 1 Metro Baker Charlie says Delta 5 to shipping. Quantum 1 Metro Baker Charlie says Delta 5 to shipping.
Especially for cargo location, our initiative was to have a really good middle ground layer. The big thing we added this time was call-outs, these disembodied voices that we would put, you know, a verticality, give it a sense of verticality. You would put it up above a little bit and really make the space feel large.
Client waiting for unload. Client waiting for unload.
So you'll come out of the elevator and you'll enter into a sort of large sort of thoroughfare that we have running through the center of the space. And then there'll also be this large warehouse area full of containers and the sort of hustle and bustle going on, and the tannoy announcements and things. So that's where the impression of the main sort of working space of the cargo deck is going to be. But the thing the player is really going to be interested in heading towards is the cargo shop, which will be sort of immediately visible as you come out of the elevator. And going into the cargo shop itself is another reasonably large shop, containing racks of like supplies and the sort of, as if the supplies in the shop have been taken out of the larger containers from the warehouse outside, as if they're sort of breaking the contents of the containers down.
Look at those
ready
boots.
for sort of distribution.
Did you all see those? Look at these boots. Oh my God, those are tier 1 at least.
As if they're sort of breaking the contents of the containers down, ready for sort of distribution. But the shop also contains functionality for the player to sort of do their cargo related gameplay, which will involve like an admin desk for doing sort of cargo trading. But there's also a small supplies shop in the cargo shop that sort of gives the player access to sort of buy more sort of utilitarian or workman-like supplies as well.
I think the team did a great job in getting the look and feel right on the cargo decks, from the exterior and as well as interior. That's really our first step into it, and then as we go on, this allows us to build on the foundation for future patches, whether that be regarding missions and their tie-in to the corporations and you building reputation with them, or for basically side ventures if you're a mercenary or you're a pirate and you want to go and attack these haulers.
You want to kill some boxes.
And then this also allows us to start really working on our guild system and basically which will relate to perks or specific missions or gifts associated with that career that you've chosen.
So they've talked about that for sure over the years. We've talked about reputation and how that would happen. And the talk we're going to talk about in a little bit, or the talk we're going to look at from CitizenCon talks, so many talking words, discusses the idea of rewards and specific guilds and how they'll help you through your career.
So I hope everybody sees this as such an important milestone as I do in our journey on building out these decks and really fleshing out the universe.
So
these new cargo decks
really didn't do anything since here. Like, for those who have joined, for the record, this is September 24th, 2020. This is 3 years ago. Have you seen any difference between what we saw here today and this? I agree with him. I think they did a great job of building something that feels like a cargo deck, but it hasn't gone anywhere. And a lot of that's because the cargo refactor took so long and cargo hauling took so long, which is what we're going to go over soon in a little bit. It's just such a bummer because we also don't have an idea of how this fits into what we've been seeing now. They just haven't touched on the cargo decks basically since this 3 years ago. So this is another one part of the game that I can't give you any info on. It's like one of those few things where there's nothing. I don't know how they're gonna fit this into the cargo hauling game loop. I'm about to show you what the cargo hauling game loop looks like as they presented it to us earlier this year, and you're gonna ask the question, where does the cargo deck fit in here? Because this is going to be 30 minutes we're about to go over of cargo hauling gameplay and how it's supposed to work. And I don't think they talk about the cargo decks, but we will see. Cargo missions, and then they just have hangars that are at the cargo decks themselves. Because I don't think that they should make people run through the whole station to get to those decks. Can't even buy the new size 2 tractor beams that the cargo can. You can buy the tool, the tractor beam rifle. You can't buy the vehicle tractor beams, though, from what I know. Thank you for being a content creator. You got me interested in the game. Started at IAE and just fell in love. Joined GII, referral codes, made friends. Community is amazing. Yo, that's sick. Thank you for joining the community. Hit me up on Discord, man. Welcome in. I'm glad it's been going well so far. We have a great group of people, honestly, in GII and the garden as a whole. The Discord server filled with friendly folks. They'll help you out. They'll answer questions. And there's tons of discussion about stuff that's not Star Citizen or video games too. Lord Tempest and Granite, thank you both for the tier 1 subs. Appreciate you. Lord Tanis at 3 months on the Prime. Yeah, the garden has been growing a lot lately. And GII inside of it. But yeah, thank you for joining us. It's a good time. We've been having a lot of fun. Now let's jump deeper into the cargo and see what their plans are long term for this. This is stuff, again, that's happening right now, like in 322.
Montreal. We're all just getting together to try to make some amazing new features for Star Citizen PU.
So that includes physicalized cargo, in-game shops, and newer features that we're looking into, such as exploration.
We're working on mostly currently cargo and things regarding that. We recently finished work on the Hull C.
NAPU was formed in order to work on larger feature sets for Star Citizen, so that those features have the time and resources required to deliver them at the quality level that we want to see. NAPU includes several engineers, production, and QA.
We have 6 different programmers, actually. We have a few that are in LA, and then we have a few more in Austin.
Right now that includes James, Mitch, Kevin, myself, as well as Preston on production.
Wait. Okay, yeah, this is really important. This is something I went over a little bit in that video I made recently.
A few more in Austin.
So
programmers, actually. We have a few that are in LA. We have 6 different programmers, actually.
So 6 in Montreal.
We have a few that are in LA.
I guess 3 to 4 being a few in LA.
And then we have a few more in Austin.
A few in Austin. So let's say between Austin and LA, they have 7? So 6 and 7, that's 13 on NAPU.
Right now that includes James, Mitch, Kevin, myself, as well as Preston on production and Alicia in QA. Did I say everyone?
We have 2, Mathieu and Emma, that are here in Montreal.
Yes, I think I got them all.
So at this point, a lot of what we're working
on is
that
was I could not count that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Montreal.
Yes.
11, 12. So yeah, 12 people across NAPU. That's actually, NAPU is a really good team. They've got some good stuff going on. So right now, all they have here are freight elevators and persistent hangars. But NAPU actually also includes the USPU team, so we could see what content they were wrapping up before. And that was including freight elevators is on here, mission manager app, the new MobiGlass app, persistent habs, new player experience probably being applied to new Babbage, pyro system and setup. So right now, these people are basically working hardcore on cargo. And that's 6 folks on NAPU, 12 folks on NAPU, and half of them are in Montreal. If you watch that video, you know I keep saying it, but dang, Montreal really, they have helped out.
I think I got them all.
So at this point, a lot of what we're working on is still in the design phase.
I would say in the technical design and planning phase, but yeah.
There's a lot of TDD, like technical design document going on, preparing the feature and all the parts. There's a lot of work in that area.
The North American Persistent Universe team are currently at the forefront of the next major evolution of cargo, hangar, and related inventory systems. And as their work begins to enter the PU over the next 3 to 6 to 9 months and beyond, all building to what we hope will collectively become a true cargo career, we here at ISC, well, we didn't want to wait to begin telling the story. As much like the engineering and resource management systems of the EU-PU team, this work promises to be utterly transformative to the overall Star Citizen experience. So these next 2 shows, well, they're going to be a bit different than normal. That's because we're not going to have anything to dazzle your eyeballs with just yet. Yes, the ISC gameplay capture team, as great as they are, well, we're going to let them take a break this week as we let members of the NAPU team take you through the design and intention of their current work in a 2-part special we're calling Design Brief Cargo Career.
I like to call it Talking Boxes. This is a lot of box talk. If you missed the video on the second channel today, I actually just released some gameplay of us going over these inventory changes. Pretty cool. I would check it out. But I am a bit biased. Got a question in chat. Bartos asks, can someone tell me, is this game, is it real or a big scam? And asks, is it worth to start playing moving from Elite Dangerous? Can confirm, it is a real game. You can play it. Can also confirm, for some people it is worth moving over from Elite Dangerous, but it depends on why you play Elite Dangerous. If you play for exploration, absolutely not. You should not move over. Elite Dangerous is like peak exploration. Honestly, I wish that Elite Dangerous just focused on being a game that supported industrial and exploration space sim. That'd be great. I hope they do that someday. But if you explore, Elite Dangerous is better. Not necessarily because you're finding better stuff, but because there's more scale, there's more imagination, there's more to do. If you want a space game experience that is more wide-reaching than just flying a spaceship, then this is a good game for you. I can attest to that because I need to do a video on this. I am not somebody who likes flying spaceships. I like it because it's cool and it's sci-fi and I've seen it in movies and it looks awesome. And like, I like the ships I have in game, but if you were going to ask me my favorite thing to do in the games, flying spaceships would be very low on my list. And I think Star Citizen is a game for people like that. Right now it doesn't seem so much like it because it's still in development and it's very slow. It's taking a while, but they're developing systems to give people the chance to live in space rather than just to be in space, you know? This isn't just about flying ships, it's about actually being a part of a space civilization. So when you look at it from that perspective, that probably makes it sound better, honestly. It's not ready for that yet, and I would wait if you don't want to play a game that's super buggy and glitchy and slow. But that's where it's headed. You just watch the video with cargo. Would be nice to have proximity inventory to drag items into SCU boxes. Yeah, that would help a lot. Once they're physicalized, we could basically do that, right? Drag stuff inside of the boxes itself. All right, cargo stuff.
The focus of NAPU in the foreseeable future is going to include features such as freight elevators and instance hangars, as well as persistent hangars. Freight elevators are one of the biggest changes to cargo that we've seen in the entire history of the game. They bring the feature from being something that's somewhat magical to something that's physical. It adds friction, but also a gameplay experience around hauling cargo in our game. This one addition, I think, is going to change not just cargo, but also the way that we interact with everything else in the game: inventory, player items, purchases, ship items. It's a fundamental change to how players are going to deal with the world. Freight elevators are going to be implemented as an access point inside of player hangars,
where the player can interface with cargo to get it ready to put it on their ship.
And you'll use a kiosk to interact with the freight platform in order to call things up from your inventory or to put things into your inventory. The way that the freight elevators are going to be implemented is actually using the same technology as we use for the cargo grids in the ships. Players will be using their tractor beams in order to detach things from the platform and then haul it onto their ship, and vice versa. They'll be using the tractor beams in order to detach things from the cargo grids and put them onto the freight platform. I think that this is going to make the whole experience feel a lot more tactile and organic, as well as there's a lot of fun and interesting gameplay around just how you stack things, how you sequence them, take a group of people, decide how you're actually...
It is actually really fun. I don't remember what video it was, but he shows some of the QA he was doing to try and figure out, you know, he wrote like basically a new algorithm. Do you guys remember what video that was? They were talking about that. Worked on a lot to get the stacking and organization of different size boxes to work correctly for this game, with experience from outside of the game to make it work well. So it is a cool piece of gameplay. And ever since the beginning, this is a very old picture, but it shows their hopes to get, you know, sort of like a graphics holographic manifest so that you could easily see what it was that was in a ship or in a hangar, or that you were moving between two different places. And if I can find the correct video here, see if I even have it. Let me show you how slow this thing pulls up new footage. Like, look at how long this takes when I do a search. Just slowly popping up clips. As you can see, it's only giving me Starfield right now. Probably should have specified my search a little bit better. But somewhere in here, I should have some footage of UI advancements they've been making that I think they're going to apply to this system. There it is. So this, you can see here, they've got some interesting ideas clearly linked to hangars that I think they're going to try and use this kind of stuff to control our inventories and hangars. It's big, it's easy to see, it's expansive, it gives you a better sense of scale. At least I hope. I hope we get a nice big interface for it. It was in one of the ISCs before CitizenCon. Last Sprint ISC. Let's see if I can find it real quick. That would have been Sprint Talk Yai.
Grass is further down the pipe.
Yeah, here it is. So here he's talking a little bit about how this went down.
Right now? All right, I'll be there in 5 minutes.
All right, let's see what it is.
All right, so I gotta go do this thing, but Chad is right here, so I'm gonna let Chad explain this new improvement that's coming to the cargo system in Alpha 321. Take it away, Chad.
Yeah, so I was doing some work for the tractor beam attachment with new larger boxes in the game. They are often these longer on one sized boxes. And because of how they can fit together in the ship, across each other in all these kind of complicated ways, sometimes placing them in the ships is a bit tricky, and it can be a little finicky to get it just right, especially in tight corridors with larger boxes. And so I was adding some new functionality into the system so that whenever you're placing them around, if the direct placement underneath the attachment doesn't work, there's some fallback logic that'll look nearby where the placement is to try to find a good placement for the box, so that it makes it essentially more forgiving whenever you're using the tractor beam. In the ships with these larger boxes, you can place it such that maybe it's just a little bit off the thing that would work. And instead of just not giving you anything as far as like placing it, it'll give you another fallback option. And all that really means is that it is a little bit easier and quicker and more intuitive just to drag things around in the ships and get things together.
Just a little bit. This is going to be a life changer, dude.
Yeah, this is what killed me on, just this whole packing system and the tractor beam stuff. This is like, I nearly died on the whole sea getting it in, because it is incredibly sophisticated code for this stuff. It's like, I literally read a PhD thesis on packing algorithms to implement it, which is really fun. It's just the time scale that suddenly I had to operate under because of circumstances out of my control. Made it very intense. But
circumstances out of his control are us raging backers wanting our cargo refactor.
It is very cool, like the stuff that I was doing it. So I'm excited about it.
And we're hopeful.
Yeah, this is great. So it doesn't. I think when you're just watching it like this in a video, it's just like, okay, this is probably how everything works, right? Every game just kind of predicts how you're going to stack. But I can imagine the code not only for getting boxes to self-adjust, because I've tried writing code for a game. I don't know about you guys. I've done some intro to CS and I'm not great at it. But figuring that out for the cargo in this game, which is just so weird. And I'm guessing writing it in a way that works for all of the future cargo they're going to do, which is like different shapes and stuff. This system's great. I don't know if it's in game yet, but what we currently do have is not bad for placing boxes. It's a lot easier than I would think with how janky a game like this is. But let's get back to what he was actually saying about cargo, since I got a little distracted there.
Actually going to load things together. It's like that time that you go and move with a U-Haul and your friends, you got to figure out where to put the couch, but in game. It's going to be figuring out, where do we take that big box? Where do we put the ship items? Where do we put the guns? And try to sequence it in a way that's both optimal as well as, I think, fun.
We don't just want to have the feature, exist in a void. Really what we want to try and do is work with the whole scope of the game to support cargo. So this is something for outposts, for UGF, where we want to look at how do we really take advantage of cargo in these spaces.
However, it does mean that the outpost will also support the same manual loading process that the hangars and those other locations use.
So not only are you participating in cargo, in a hangar, in a station, but out in the verse as well, at an outpost.
And while freight elevators will be available throughout locations in the persistent universe, much of the work involved in manually loading and unloading your vehicles will always involve your hangars, which presented the team with some unique challenges to address and overcome, starting with the next iteration of instanced hangars.
Instanced hangars solve a particular problem. How do we have people spending an extended period of time in their hangar loading cargo now that we've added these freight platforms, but also allow the
I'm going to be so happy that we don't get just freaking shooed out of the hangar because we'd taken too long. Oh, your ship's going to get stored. Screw off, ATC. I'm putting oatmeal in my cargo bag. Give me some time.
Locations to have traffic coming in and out of the landing zones. What we're doing here is decoupling the access to a hangar from the occupancy. And all that really means is that we can dynamically create these hangars at runtime, and they're kind of set aside for players to spend time inside of.
Without getting too much into it, right, you're gonna have a personal space. We're just looking at ways that a lot more players can do this simultaneously.
We don't want to have a big choke point of everybody trying to load their ships and unload and all trying to do that in the same space. So we have instance hangars as a way to put you in an area where you can feel comfortable, you can take the time that you want to load or unload your cargo and, really engage in that system the way that you choose.
And so you can actually have your personal space to deal with cargo inside a hangar. And depending on your ship, there'll be different situations and different locations for that.
But the thing with this one is that when you leave, things gonna basically go away.
Once you want to leave, you'll just make a request to ATC and the hangar will move into place. We'll open up the doors and you'll be able to leave. And then the same thing when landing, you make a request to ATC. The system will allocate the space for you, open the hangar, and you can land. For the players, it will seem seamless, but underneath the hood, the system itself is going to be maintaining a representation of where all the players are, what requirements are needed.
I don't understand why they're saying this like it's new. I was under the impression they were always going to half instance our hangars because, these space stations are only so big, right? We couldn't even have 200 people have their hangars at a space station and make it make sense. I don't know exactly what they had said before, but I remembered them talking about Lorville before we got any other planets besides Hurston. I remember them talking about apartment buildings and how they might do moving in the background so that habs could still be where they are. They just don't always have to be there. So I always thought that's how they were going to do hangars too, but they're talking about this like it's like a new idea to hint instance. I don't know. Maybe they changed things up.
A representation of where all the players are, what requirements are needed, without having a bottleneck for players who are actually just trying to play the game otherwise. And then we have persistent hangars. Persistent hangars are kind of an evolution of instant hangars. And really what it is it's our first step towards real player ownership in the game beyond ships.
The cool thing is that you'll be able to put your stuff in it, come back to it, and it's still gonna be there.
It's just whatever the player wants to keep inside their hangar, that's their home. They can just leave them lie around, they can arrange them however they want, be it weapons or cargo or dead corpses or whatever.
Very, very long term. I have no clue of any dates or anything, but you'll be able to customize it and upgrade it so it becomes bigger. You can have bigger ships in them. And maybe at some point even having them at distant location, you could buy a second one. For now, it's gonna really be on your own location.
It's persistent to you and your character. And you can invite friends to your hangar, you can load up your ship, you can take the haul from your mission, out of your ship and distribute it to your buddies. So persistence of hangars is really...
I'm so excited for the idea of just hanging out in a hangar. Yeah, you play the game for a while, but every once in a while you just kind of screw around with your friends, and it'd be cool to have a hangar where you can just spawn things as soon as you need to. Can we just spawn PTVs and do races around one of our ships in the hangar? Just screwing around. And they get rid of armistice and we can start like shooting each other with EMPs and stuff. It could be a lot of fun to have a persistent safe space like this.
Your ship and distribute it to your buddies. So persistence of hangars is really important.
This is going to be developed more in the future, and we're going to use the same technology that we're using to build this for other things in the game, such as player habs. And it's a real, I think, exciting way for the players to feel like they have a more permanent place in the game that they can call their own.
I can't help but
seriously
notice
nerfed, like nerf tag and stuff. Oh man, this could be awesome.
320, we introduced a new packing system that allows us to use a larger set of box sizes. Right now, that includes 1 SEU, 2, 4, 8, 16, 24, and 32. However, with this new version of Cargo coming out subsequently, we're gonna be adding the ability to have what we call inventory container boxes.
Inventory actually plays a big part of Cargo as well. When you look at the sheer scope of number of boxes and number of weapons and armor and
so this
FPS.
This is what's being added in 322. I just released some content on this on the second channel if you want to see this in action, but these sort of shared inventory boxes that can be accessed now moving past 1/8 SCU are like one of the best changes to the game in my opinion we've gotten in years, at least as far as the overall basic game experience. Like everybody has to loot, and this completely changes that.
Entities that we have in our game, we really want to make sure that not only is Cargo physicalized, but that inventory has a proper location and place as well.
If you go to Port Tressler and you hit I, you'll bring up the player inventory screen, and you'll see that, okay, I have my access to Port Tressler inventory no matter where I am standing in the station. That's going to go away. This is very important because what it means is it gives the players a way to transfer in a very clean and effective way all of the loose items that you collect during gameplay.
A big change that's coming up is going to be having properties for those boxes. So that could be something like a box that's fragile.
That was me.
Or a box that could be radioactive. Or that needs to be kept cold.
This change reminds me of
or that needs to be kept cold.
This change is like when we got the ability to send money to each other. When was that? That had to be like 2019. That was so late that happened. Let's double check. Let's see. Little jump into the past here. I'm thinking it was like 3.6. 3.5 or 3.6. Let's see. 3.5 we had... No? 3.4? Here's ship rentals. We couldn't rent ships until 2018. We couldn't buy ships until 2019. Couldn't share missions until 2019. Didn't have an inventory. Oh no, I'm sorry. We couldn't rent ships until 2019 as well. This was ship item rental. So we couldn't buy or rent ships until 2019. Let's see, where were we? Come on. Third person camera, mining head. No, we are past it. We're past it by here. Asteroid mining. Ship scanning and radar. Was it 3:10? Was it that late? Wow, it was. Jeez. Look at that. I don't even think it's that late. That's crazy. So yeah, we couldn't even send money to each other until 2020. You guys know what we had to do before that? You had to go and get a beacon and send it to a friend, and that friend had to sit there with their finger on the key ready to accept that beacon so nobody else would take it and get that ridiculous amount of money you attached to it. Now, all we have to do is press a button and send money. And it feels like this is kind of the same thing. What we had to do to get SCU boxes before was like you had to go get some armor and then you had to put it in the ship, take the ship out to space, blow the ship up, get the box that came from that, put it back in your other ship after you've spawned it, and there you go. Terrible workarounds that are being solved by super, super simple, well, super complex features they just appear simple. And I'm betting the next time this happens is when we can finally just give stuff to people too. Oh yeah, they also tax us now. But overall, these kinds of additions make such a big difference in the game long term that like a lot of people will come into the game later and be like, wait, you couldn't just do this before? And then it comes into perspective just how much more work this game needs. Taryn, thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. I see that pizza on the horizon.
The other thing we're looking at with cargo and cargo boxes is the ability to store large items in your cargo boxes. This could be anything from a ship weapon to even smaller vehicles like Grey Cats. That way, when you're going with your friends, you're going to do a long haul across the verse, you can have these larger boxes filled to the brim with as many ship weapons as your ship is going to carry.
Anything that you think you want to take with you and hold on to, now you can put them in an inventory container box, snap them into the cargo grid, and haul it into your ship. Additionally, you'll be able to take those to the freight platforms in order to put them into your inventories. So it gives a kind of universal way to haul things around in the game, as well as a way for players to be able to pirate player inventories now. Now that you have these goods that are locked up together in these inventory containers, it just takes a tractor beam in order to carry them off. So it gives a lot of gameplay possibilities for us to have with these loose items.
A lot of these things will tie into missions and where you decide to place them on your ship. So we're really trying to make sure with cargo, it's not just a wide system, but that we're actually adding these kind of elements to help further gameplay, missions, and purpose.
You guys had the week off. This is a design brief show. It's talking and it's intense, and none of this stuff is ready to show yet. Don't you want a week off? Your stuff's so weird anyway.
So weird.
No weird stuff for cargo grid. Back to the spaceship.
We have
the weird
some
stuff's
additional
necessary.
changes that we're going to be making to the cargo grids that allow them to have any sized item attached into them. At the moment, we have effectively one kinds of items that attach to the cargo grids. Those are the cargo boxes, and they all have a similar size step on the dimension. And what I just mean by that is they're all what we call 1S.
So this is how the sacks would be carried with boxes, but how do the boxes go into the expanse? Just don't know.
You length multiples on each side. We're going to have it to where anything can attach to the cargo grid as long as it's a physical item in the game. Anything that you can grab with that tractor beam that can reasonably snap into place will be able to snap into place. And this is a requirement just to satisfy the inventory changes that we're making now that you won't have this kind of magical access. But it also, I think, broadens the horizons about what your cargo grid and all of your ships can be used for. I think it'll also open up a lot of fun gameplay around just figuring out.
See, like, this is what I mean. You could actually do this in the game now. This would be a hefty load of work and probably not worth it, but it is possible.
How to arrange all these things in a way that works well.
So yeah, that's part one of our...
Yeah, so that's part one. Let's jump into part two. I don't think we have to go over too much of this, but this does talk about some very interesting parts of cargo hauling that we probably want to know about. So we'll fly through this one as well. I'll try not to pause it too much because that last one took us a while, but there's a lot going into cargo hauling. And again, this is all active and happening now. So there's a lot more detail here than there were with the other professions. That's why we have a little bit more to go over.
Like Nabu, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all right. It sounds like Nabu almost.
Why should we care about cargo? Or why should you care about cargo? And to me, the answer is because I never thought of Star Citizen as just FPS. In fact, I would say the thing that makes me the most excited about Star Citizen is that it's a whole world. of people who have their own ambitions and goals, and they're interested in different things. And to me, cargo represents a way to get into the world, to play with your friends in order to engage with other players, even in this dynamic way. You have all of this player interaction that comes around hauling the cargo, dealing with pirates, hiring people to defend yourself from pirates. And it generates this whole kind of economy and simulation of player interactivity. And I think this kind of thing is at the root of what makes Star Citizen special. Today in the game, we've had all of this, what I call instantaneous cargo.
When you're in the real physical world, things don't just appear and disappear in your car, right? A person going to Costco, they don't just click on a few things in the kiosk and it magically appear at the back trunk of their car.
That kind of magic way.
Is that not standard? Costco usually, it's like a little Costco sound that plays, right? And the boxes are just in your car. I thought that's how it was supposed to be. It's like the gas station. Just a little gas noise and then your car's just full. I don't know. The thing that he was saying about how cargo hauling attracts everything else, so true though. That's why this is such a big deal that cargo hauling is becoming an actual profession in the game with missions and stuff, because cargo hauling plays off of exploration and provides for industrial, which provides for piracy. It kind of starts with exploration, but really hauling goods is like the backbone of getting everything else flowing. So this is great to see. I can't wait to see what happens with Stanton. For those who don't know, Stanton is like the largest market in all of human space. Like when we're there right now and it feels empty, it's so wrong. That's like one of the most bustling systems in all humanity. So there's going to be a lot of this kind of stuff going on there. A lot of missions for cargo haulers.
Of opening inventory is going to disappear and it's going to become that warehouse inventory.
With these new changes with the freight platform and the cargo grid and inventory container boxes and needing to move things manually with the tractor beam, it is going to add a certain amount of friction into that whole experience.
The benefit of manual loading is really that you get to choose how you organize your cargo and how you get to load it on your ship. You know, you've got one guy that's loading the bigger boxes with the vehicles. You have your other friend that's loading in, you know, your ship weapons. Another maybe is loading up commodities for a long haul. And you can organize that, snap everything to the cargo grid, tractor beam it onto your ship, and head out with your friends for an adventure across the verse.
The cargo career is at the heart of what Star Citizen aims to achieve. Not just a universe of exploration and conflict, but one of commerce and opportunity as well. And last week we shared the first part of its next iteration with a discussion of freight elevators, instanced and persistent hangars, varied cargo boxes, and a new cargo grid that'll expand the possibilities of your ships in new and exciting ways. So here in part 2, we're going to dive a little deeper into the systems underpinning it all, starting with how we intend inventory to evolve next.
And speaking of inventory changes, this leads us to what I think is one of the other very big transformations that's happening with these new sets of features.
So instead of having something like a magical bag of holding, you actually have a place where you can go to put your items, to store them, and you know that it's safe while you go out and do future travels. One thing that we want to do is really kind of physicalize.
Great. All right, more of that deep stuff. That real deep that gets the logistics people going. The stuff he just mentioned, storing things in your cargo, your hangar bay, is sort of derivative to another reason they might keep cargo decks. And another reason we'll have time sinks or money sinks. So let's say you are a cargo hauler, right? And you've got you got the sweet hookups in Terra. Yeah, Terra has the best space pigs ever. Like, the space bacon that you get from Terra and those space pigs, when they're eating their space acorns, is good stuff. Or is it truffles? I don't know. Whatever it is, they got fucking good pigs, okay? So Terra's got this great supply of pigs, but nobody really wants bacon. They had the swine flu going around their UEE space over the last 200 years, and bacon kind of fell out of popularity. Oh no. Unfortunately, you loaded up your Hull C with 800 SCU of bacon. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna handle this? Luckily for you, you also know a pharmaceutical person who has been making drugs that makes people want bacon. I know, it's crazy. It's crazy, but it's the future. So what you can do is store all that bacon in a cargo deck maybe, or a hangar for a month. Know it's safe, know it's all good, and then you bring it out later on and you're making good pig money. You're getting back in that pig industry. Things are good, things are golden. And that's only possible because hangar bays. I don't know why I came up with the whole story. It's just very cool that you'll be able to store cargo for a long time, and that'll allow you to game the system and game the economy. But at the same time, you have to pay some money for it. So it's kind of like a money sink. It's part of logistics, and it'll definitely be part of like org gameplay. But at the same time, not many people will probably be doing it. Just the cargo haulers. You're at work, someone clipped that. Bro, if you like bacon, save it. It's encouraging. You're enthralled. Honestly, what a story. Maybe I'll plug that into ChatGPT and we can get more details about how that bacon deal went down.
Inventory in terms of you need to be at a specific location to use that inventory and management. So this gives us a lot of benefit across the game where you know exactly where your stuff is and where to get it and where to go to organize it.
Now you'll be accessing that inventory via the freight platform and the hangars. You'll be using the freight platform to put it down. If you want to take something out, you use the freight platform to take it out. And you can use these inventory container boxes that I mentioned previously in order to optimize that kind of hauling. Let's say you realize you have a lot of guns.
So notice they're talking about how the cargo experience is working, and they're still not really mentioning the cargo decks. By the way, Eve versus Star Citizen for an economic scenario, I think Star Citizen is going to be more interesting because of the format, but Eve seems like it's more dynamic. Alcamon, thank you for the sub on Prime over on Twitch. Appreciate you. Thanks for the support.
That you want to take with you. Well, in the kiosk inventory management screen, you can move those items into a single box to aggregate them together so that you just use one pass with the tractor beam in order to move it all onto your ship. It also means that you'll have the ability to haul larger things in the game more efficiently by taking them and putting them into these larger boxes, such as ship items that maybe you purchased or stole.
If you want to do some kind of underground assaulting mission, you just bring your big guns and everything, and you also load that into your ship. So everything is going to be really physicalized and no more kind of magic stuff popping here and there.
In addition to the freight platform access, we want to give players the ability to access smaller items without having to go to a hangar. And for this, we're going to add some kind of what I call an item bank. And this is just like a secure box kind of access point in the landing zone so that you don't have to go to a hangar, and it'll look very similar to the other personal inventory interactions, and you can move.
I love that. That's just great. Being able, because like they said in the beginning of this video, we're not going to be able to access our whole inventory from the whole city. If you missed that, that's going to be, they originally disconnected space stations from the planets. Now they're going to connect cities from spaceports and stuff. But still being able to spawn that stuff in your hangar physically is going to be really nice.
Smaller items around there, such as handguns or metapins. But again, tying it to a physical location in the game and getting rid of this kind of magic. We're taking that and also applying it to the inventory in the vehicles. Right now in the game, you can hit I while you're inside of a vehicle, and you'll see a similar kind of invisible magical inventory for the vehicle. We're going to be getting rid of that and instead replacing it with a combination of access points like glove compartments in the ship, as well as those inventory container boxes, so that you'll still be able to haul personal items and larger vehicle parts between locations in the game, but you'll have to do it in a way that's physically tied to actual entities that are attached.
Okay. What he's saying here, let's listen to it again, but I want to ask a question before we listen again. Do you think that what he's saying by inventory gone, replaced by physical compartments. Do you think that we will be actively opening compartments and selecting those things with our interaction system? Or do you think they'll be trying to use that menu that they brought up for looting during CitizenCon? I'm thinking a mixture of both. I want to see what you guys have to say. But here, listen again to how he's saying this is going to work, because this is pretty key.
Invisible magical inventory for the vehicle. We're going to be getting rid of that and instead replacing it with a combination of access points like glove compartments in the ship, as well as those inventory container boxes, so that you'll still be able to haul personal items.
Because imagine, I mean, yeah, I think he's basically saying that this is a storage port, right?
Combination of access.
So if you've got a storage port here and a storage port down there, they're both going to be connected. So physically, it wouldn't really make sense to have to reach in there and get the stuff. It also
points like glove compartments in the ship.
It'd also be weird to have to open this and get a gun out of it because of the physics and everything of it. So yeah, I'm thinking menu, but interested in what you guys believe.
As well as those inventory container boxes, so that you'll still be able to haul personal items and larger vehicle parts between locations in the game. But you'll have to do it in a way that's physically tied to actual entities that are attached to the cargo grid, as well as exposing it in a way for people to be able to reclaim them from a wreckage or maybe even pirate.
It would be very, very cool to, I think they kind of show this off later, like just drive a vehicle into a box to store it would be so cool. I do hope that there's some level of that physical interactivity still, because we can go back to that original video that I showed a couple days ago. Cargo interactions, Star Citizen design notes. Like, the ideas that they had before was something physical, something that you would need to actually put stuff in. But obviously that kind of system is going to get harder and harder as the game gets more and more complex. So here was that original idea of putting items, if it plays, putting items actually into the box. And they talked about this too, because they've talked about how they want to have like gun rack boxes and you can see inside of them and all that stuff. So it seems like they're hinting at some kind of mixture of it. But I think the menu will be the easiest way to do it. And I'll show you guys what we mean by the menu. It's a good looking menu, for what it's worth. Here we go. So it looks like this. This is what we're talking about here.
Okay, let's go over to divergence. So you see the player loader is on items are on the bottom, the target is on the top. You can hover, if you hover the different widgets, you'll see a tooltip that with the different quick actions you can do. You can just simple press. Yeah, it'll be so much easier. So yeah, you can quickly press to just equip or swap. You can even use your mouse wheel if you want to change the target. You can drop anything, store anything, just really quick actions. And you'll see in a minute that we also can trigger ammo repooling. So this will grab all available ammo, either from your target or from your inventory, and will fill up the magazines in your loadout and get rid of any empty magazines.
So that's kind of the first iteration of it. They talk about it in terms of looting, and they mention they're going to add ammo or armor and undersuits to it. But I'm not sure. See, they just call it looting screen. I'm not sure if this is what they're going to replace the whole inventory UI with.
And finally, let's talk about looting. This is our new looting screen. It's not replacing the inventory, but
So she says it's not replacing the inventory. So
you'll be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to improve this experience. So since looting is a common action during FPS combat, especially if you haven't fully prepared ahead, we wanted to make it as easier and quick as possible, so you could spend the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target. So it displays the current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory. Looting space favors speediness, while the inventory is there so you can fully manage your loadout.
So, in order to answer that question, we would have to go back to... Sorry, I'm going to take you guys down a little rabbit hole here. Let's track down the answer to this question. In order to figure out why that's just the inventory screen and not just the looting screen and not the actual inventory screen, we're going to have to go back to when they added the inventory screen and see what they were saying about that. It's good fun trying to figure out Star Citizen development. Let's listen in.
For inventory in general. The move towards physicalized inventory is really an attempt to make players think and make choices.
This is the loop where you have to decide what I take with me is the stuff that I have access to me.
And those choices should be reflecting players' gameplay choices, their styles. The iterative manner will mean that you get emergent roles in the groups, people bringing all the healing with them because the other guys around them have all the ammo, that kind of thing. So that there are so many different aspects involved in restricting things that encourage communication and cooperation, that change the way that you play the game and ultimately drastically impact the experience.
So if you've played Star Citizen, and I hope you have, then you'll be familiar with the global inventory. You're able to access anything you want at any location.
Ooh, here's a callback. This is the PMA, I think they used to call this, the personal manager. I guess they called it equipment manager when it was pretty late. This is what we used to use. Man, this still feels very familiar. This is what we used to use for handling all of our stuff before they invented this new third-person inventory menu.
You could be carrying a whale in your backpack, and we don't want that.
That is being nuked with prejudice. So from now on, you won't have access to the PMA. You will still have access to the VMA for all of your ships and your ship items and equipment, but anything related to your character will be in the local inventory. Local inventory is the largest space that you have access to. It's not infinite, but it will be the largest space that you have access to. And that is tied to what you'd imagine, the location that you're in.
So let's take, for example, Port Olisar. Whilst I'm on the station, I can access Port Olisar and everything that I've stored within the location inventory. As soon as I leave the station and fly off, I can no longer access those items.
So when you open up your inventory, you'll be able to just press I or go through it, the personal inner thought, and open up your inventory and you'll see, okay, there's all of the gear on my character, and then you'll have another...
Okay, so there's a lot of here. They're just going to explain how the inventory works. We already know that. We play it. I'm going to jump to probably the part that you don't know about, which is knickknacks and how terrible that is. We'll look into that real quick. And then it's going to talk about what the future for inventory is. This is probably where they're going to tell us what their final vision is. And we can then match that up to what we're hearing about with this cargo stuff to understand how far along we are.
So with all these different types of inventories, different sizes and whatnot, that brings us to asking, how do you track where everything is? How do I know where I've left that bag of ammo? That brings us to knickknacks.
This is the worst app in the game. The star map is bad, but at least it makes sense. This one does not make sense to me because you can't search. And if you can't search, it's awful trying to find out where you left something when you can go from planetary down to city, down to vehicle, down to local location inventory across 4 different planets and 12 different space stations, and you have to click through each one instead of searching. They really need to fix this. Sorry, I'll let them explain. I'm just raging.
A new mobile app that we're introducing alongside inventory.
You're able to load up knickknacks, look at it, and at any moment get a real-time update of all of the items that you have. So you want to know where that P6LR is. And you're like, oh, where did I leave it? Oh, I left it on my ship that's in Port Olisar. Oh, cool. I can go and get that.
No, you can't.
As with many other features to be released.
Because it doesn't tell you where you left stuff. It tells you where stuff is. You have to search by location rather than item.
With Star Citizen, there's more to come. We'll continue to improve it and work on it and flesh out additional functionality. There's a lot more things to consider, to remember, and to coordinate over. I think we're moving towards what the game is intending to be.
It's very easy as game designers or game developers to focus on individual mechanics and say, oh, this mechanic does this and this mechanic does this. But what my job is and what I'm trying to help deliver is to deliver Chris Roberts' vision. And that vision is this Star Citizen experience that everybody loves and wants to play and everybody is working towards. And inventory and healing are huge ways of moving towards that goal. And the biggest thing that you'll notice is that they're going to change how you play the game.
So what did we learn this week? There's an enormous shift coming to the way everything from shopping to trading to vehicle spawning is happening in the persistent universe. That inventory management will become a more tactical endeavor when the answer to what's in the cave becomes only what you take with you. And that when combined with last week's injury and healing changes, 315 is shaping up to be quite a patch. Now don't forget Ship Showdown is now in the Elite 8, and since I recorded this a few weeks ago, I'm going to go ahead and assume the Argo Cargo is running away with the entire thing. And remember, Digital Citizen Con is coming October 9th, so keep an eye out for even more details in the coming weeks.
We didn't really get the answer I was looking for there. Okay, maybe this will tell us better. Inventory futures. Let's see if we got some timestamps here. We do not. External inventory, true physical inventory, personal inventory, asset manager, the road to physical inventory. Let's see.
What is the road to true
Give me
physical
something
inventory?
good. Give us an answer. Come on.
The floor is yours.
I want to know what's going on.
So we've had a lot of conversations. We've had a lot of segments about inventory over the last probably couple of years. And I think inventory can be broken down into very different categories that we're discussing. So physical inventory is the goal. That's where every patch that we change towards and we're working towards. But obviously, Star Citizen's a big game, right? There's ships, there's characters, there's landing zones, there's locations, there's hubs, there's hangars. And we have to make sure that all of those pieces talk to each other and create that experience that we're aiming towards. So right now, what we have in game, I think that's probably the best starting point. So right now, what we have is we have personal inventory, but it's a limited personal inventory. It's an inventory that you can open up your backpack, you can see the items in there, but those items are limited to a very subset of items such as commodities, so FPS minables, and the food and drink items. So for example, water, Whammer's bars kind of thing, and all of that kind of thing. So anything that you can interact with in the world that is food and drink related or minables, you can then put them in your backpack and you're golden. But as soon as you get to something like a pistol or an ammo magazine or a flare, then you can't put that in your backpack. So that's a current limitation, and that's a limitation based on our current infrastructure of technology that covers the saving of it, the persistent items to the back end. So in terms of what we're aiming towards next is we're aiming towards upgrading that system and making it more flexible.
Yes.
So
What about in the future?
you can interact with it in the world like a physical light switch or something like that, and it triggers an interface. And that interface is the same interface that you use for your personal inventory. So you'll have the personal inventory on one side of the screen, and then you'll have the future be this importer and my gun into that external storage space and store the thing. So that's what we classify as external inventory. Now, the next leap in terms of the next level of inventory is what we're classifying as the true physical inventory. So that is where you'd have a locker or a weapon rack, and you'd actually see the physical items stored on that particular.
Okay. This we know about. This we have actually been told about. This is the inventory T2 update, I believe. I think that's what they were calling it, or lockers, physical interaction. Yeah, physical local inventory support. No, that's not it. Player interaction experience, that's what we're looking for. So that's what I think this is. Weirdly, This is another one of those systems that we haven't heard about in a while. Locker and inventory. Now, we've heard of visor and HUD, which is weird, because that's T2. Locker and inventory here at T1, though, says, this is a way to store clothes, armor, and items in a physicalized state. Also includes a more robust and tactile method of storing items on shelves and attachment surfaces. This builds on the personal inventory, expanding the inventory UI to include lockers. Weird that we haven't heard about that, actually. It's actually quite strange we haven't heard about that.
A compartment. So if it was a locker, you'd open the locker and you'd actually see your undersuit or your clothes or your armor. And if it's a weapon, right, you'd see the weapon, and you're physically dealing with those items in the world. So unlike external storage, where you're not dealing with the physical items in the world, these are the things where you are dealing with the physical items in the world. Now, clearly, that's where we want to go in terms of that full physical inventory. But before we get there, what we want to try and do is, what's the next step? So, it's like, what's the next kind of like pit stop on?
So it doesn't talk about cargo per se. This is more about inventories. Cargo, it seems, is kind of a new area. And I guess this is more the first really detailed information we're getting on that. So back to our original discussion on hand. Cargo hauling gameplay.
So, lots of changes coming with everything being physicalized, everything stored in box into play.
Inside of player hangars, and you'll use a kiosk to interact with the freight platform in order to call things up from your inventory or to put things into your inventory.
The player controls the freight elevator through the freight elevator kiosk because we have to coordinate between 3 different doors. The kiosk is what determines when the door should open, when the door should close, when the cargo get loaded and all that stuff. So that is the physical thing that's basically going to bring up cargo for you and then also like take cargo from you when you sell it.
The kiosk is going to be the center point of the hangar. This is really where you'll manage everything. So it's not just the cargo stuff that you manage through the kiosk. You will be able to manage your inventory, basically bringing up the stuff, sending it back. It's also going to be those small items. You also going to have some sort of inventory box that you will be able to interact with, to put stuff in it. Basically, everything is going to go through that kiosk. So everything is central to the kiosk.
It's easy to see how all of this will redefine the open sandbox experience at the core of Star Citizen's persistent universe. But what if a cargo career isn't for you? What if you just like to run the occasional mission? Don't want to spend your time loading boxes or prefer speculating on the market economy around it all? Well, the purview of Napu is to construe for you, too.
Okay.
We are going to have missions in the game that latch on to this. So for example, you'll be able to take a mission where a corporation like Crusader will ask you to haul their cargo for them. And this is an opportunity for players to engage with this kind of gameplay of hauling and manual loading without having such a large investment in the game. Right now, cargo has largely been required to have a large investment, speculation, and risk on the part of the players. And where we're going is we're going to be reducing that risk for certain sets of players who don't want to engage with that kind of speculation, while still allowing them to have this kind of fun, manual loading, kind of packing experience. On the other hand,
that's basically cargo hauling gameplay. The missions will be hauling based, the profession will be trading based.
Thing that you are more interested in is that kind of speculation and that kind of trading and wheeling and dealing and trying to just cut the best profit. We are still going to have a certain amount of automated loading in the game. It just won't be instantaneous. You'll have to use a service. It'll cost a little bit more. It'll take time. You won't have access to your ship while it's being loaded. But, depending on the kinds of gameplay that you're looking for, if you enjoy that more physical kind of gameplay, we'll have that there for you. If you're more interested in just kind of profit trading, we'll also have a path for you there too. So I think in this kind of new world of cargo and all these new features that we're coming out with, we're trying to make sure that for all the people that are looking to play with this, that there's something there for them. And of course, all of this comes with a large amount of economy tuning that's going to need to rebalance things now that we have physicalized movement, guaranteed friction on the transactions. So all of these things we can use to rebalance it and hopefully make it to where if you're interested in taking high risks, there's a path for you to maybe get a better profit. Vice versa, if you don't want to, there's still a way for you to be able to play the game and not be overly punished. That's going to be an ongoing endeavor, and we'll talk more about that as we get closer to release.
And they try to do that in a lot of stuff. That's why when we talk about these different types of gameplay, engineering, cargo hauling, all this sort of stuff, it's good to acknowledge that they know that people don't want to get super deep into it. That's not why they're making it deep. They're making it deep for like the really hardcore players. They also want to allow casual people to get into it, but just like solo and group players will have different experiences, the casual and hardcore experience is going to be a bit different too.
The thing that we're working on is unique item recovery. This is something that the fans have been asking for a long time, and we're hoping that it's really going to finally resolve this problem of losing items or losing items mid-mission.
It looks like a simple subject, but there's a lot of little things to think about, like people buying some gear, giving to their friend and claiming it back. What happens to the version that was given to their friends, or even like if your buddy gets looted by somebody, how do we want to kind of cope with that?
So one of the ideas that we have running right now is that you would have a lost and found within your hab. So if you're playing, your mission crashes, you lose your progress, but you can go back to your hab, restart that mission, grab that item, and continue on where you left off. And we're really hoping to apply this to subscriber items and other unique items as well.
I think in the long run, we have a lot of plans. Just really trying to build out a feature set that can incorporate a lot of different ships, that can incorporate your teams, that allows you to be more in control. It allows you to try to find the best ways that work for you and your group. And right now, that's the main thing we're working on.
Our universe is big. We're going to keep building more systems, more planets, and we really want to find a way to make that exciting. We want to have you take goods from one planet to the other, explore places that you haven't seen, loading up, organizing all of your gear, all of your equipment, having it snapped to a grid, keeping everything safe. And it's a huge part of Star Citizen and where we want to go with the game.
That is a summary of that we're working towards for physicalized cargo. Now, this is going to be an ongoing process, starting with the first set of changes coming out with 320, automated loading in with the whole C, and the new packing system that's coming out there. But we'll continue this work of adding these things like freight elevators, hangar instancing, persistent hangars, inventory containers, all of that, and continuing into subsequent releases. So I hope you enjoyed hearing about it, and I think I'll be release hangars, inventory of adding these things like freight elevators.
So we got freight elevators,
hangar instancing,
persistent hangars,
inventory containers, all of
containers, which we're getting in 322.
All of that.
So the freight elevators and persistent hangars are really one of the last major steps of at least this part of the cargo refactor. I can't think of more parts of the cargo refactor we need to go through. Can you guys spot me on that? Because we're getting the timers, probably the idea of the space station loading and unloading your cargo for you. Those will probably be added to all the rest of ships with the freight elevators. So the Hull C won't be the only one. What else will we need? We got the tractor beams, the physicalized containers, which will allow you to trade cargo, freight elevators, physics grids. What else do we need for the cargo refactor to be complete? Your rule of thumb is not to commit more than 50% of your money on a cargo run. Probably a good call. Mass. Yeah, the idea of recognizing mass would be good too. That would help with the tractor beams a lot more as well. But in terms of like the functionality of this feature, the cargo refactor is actually starting to come kind of to a close, which is nice. Because it's been ongoing for 2 years now, and we thought it was going to be really just a couple patches, I think. Yeah, transactions and economy stuff would be good too.
Continuing into subsequent releases. So I hope you enjoyed hearing about it, and I think I'll be back a few more times to get into more details about those things.
I look forward to seeing what they're developing in the future, and then also showing it off to the community and team.
Cool.
So what did we learn in the last 2 weeks? Whew.
All right, so that was more the functionality of cargo hauling. Now we're going to look at, this is a sort of a talk on the actual idea of cargo hauling, where it's going from the lore perspective, from reputation, and more about like, yeah, you're going to be carrying boxes, but why? And what makes that interesting? So we'll talk a little bit about this, get through this, and then I think I have time to touch on some engineering after this, and then we'll be good to go. Cheers.
As I'll be talking to you about different aspects of...
We've got defense.
As I'll be talking to you about different aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of Art and Design. My name is Nick Etheridge, and I'm an Assistant Environment Art Director. So obviously cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost every aspect of the game has some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now. So let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing the Interstellar Transport Guild, as well as formalizing some of the main hauling and cargo.
So this is basically doing what for cargo, what they've already done for mercenary gameplay. Everywhere you go in the system, there is a faction that will give you mercenary system or missions that will give you different types of missions too, with little tidbits here and there. They'll have reputation that you can get. So that's what they're doing to cargo. This is pulling cargo into the actual game now.
The companies that you'll be working with. As you do more hauling contracts, you will build up your reputation and relationship with the guild. This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as different forms.
We actually already have these factions. We can do missions for Ling, Kovalix, and Redwind. I think they're really just making this official and truly plugging it into the reputation system, which is a big deal.
Of hazardous cargo, perishable cargo, riskier routes, and more. So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable? Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special cargo types with different attributes, such as time-sensitive cargo or quantum-sensitive cargo. But those were a small selection for the event, and they were the two-handed carryable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts. So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices you make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight. Is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example. With health?
I don't think we've had that confirmed for sure. I guess they have said that multi-tools will be limited, but as at least right now, they still can lift 32 SCU boxes, if I'm not mistaken. But still nothing about mass. That really bugs me. Why don't they talk about that?
Has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, do you need to ensure the container is powered so it can keep the contents cool? Or do you need to get to your destination quickly, otherwise the contents may perish? For security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container? Hazard containment. Is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier.
This, I like the concepts of this stuff because it reminds me of... What is it called? Solo. Very simple name. Han Solo, the movie. It's like this is actually comes from a complaint somebody had. They were like, you really built this whole movie around the idea of this dude transporting cargo from one place to another. And that single question, I feel like, was like the rally cry for all of the cargo haulers. And in a game like this, in Euro Truck Simulator, in anything. It's like, yes, because a good game figures out how to give you, am I too close to the mic? Appreciate you telling me, thank you. We should be able to take a to B mission and then make it super complicated and do a bunch of stuff with it to make it more exciting than just transporting cargo. Like, stuff that's flammable suddenly is more dangerous because you're going to a hot planet maybe, and like you have to keep your ship more cool. I don't know, stuff that can't be rocked around too much. You can't go into the VTOL because, or you can't go into atmosphere because it's too windy and stuff. Oh, it was the CIG guy. He's got a sticky mouth. That's what I keep noticing. There's a lot of which my wife hates that noise, so she probably is screaming in the other room now. CIG needs to make sure all cargo grids work and have appropriate height for snapping with ships. Yeah, a lot of standardizing stuff like they're doing with mining. But yeah, like, a mission should be something that's super simple, and then the quantum system that CIG makes should make those missions more fun. While I'm cargo hauling one of these boxes, I should get a distress call from like a derelict ship that I need to make that decision. Man, I've got some time-sensitive stuff on here. Do I go and take this chance to check out what this ship might have on this trade lane because I'm in some weird far-off system, or do I just keep going? You make that decision, and now you have like this intense zero-G looting experience where you're doing exploration, where you're kind of freaked out, where you get something valuable, and then you still can get back to your ship, finish your cargo hauling mission, paying attention to the time. It's like all of those things combining, I feel, is what's going to make this gameplay so much better than just, oh, how does that gameplay work? No, I mean, like, you could look at Salvage and be like, yeah, it just fragments my ship and draws in all these pieces and it's really boring. Or you could look at Salvage and be like, well, I'm getting the chance to sweep up this battle that I just saw take place, and I'm scraping up the ships that I saw taking missiles and making money out of it. And part of that I'm selling back to the people who fought because they need repair materials and they need help with their own ships. You kind of forget about the fact that Salvage isn't as fun because it's more about the overall gameplay. That's not to say that Salvage shouldn't be fun, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying these sorts of complications are what make the game way, way better than like the basic stuff we have right now. I love that. I can't wait to see where they go with cargo.
Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull C, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those types of containers. Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later. Thank you. For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them.
Come on now. Breathe it in. Reputation earnable rewards that you can't buy. Good stuff. Can't wait to have some things I can actually earn in the game and care about.
Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars. I knew you'd be excited for this.
He said, oh yeah!
Hangars. I knew you'd be excited for this. I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
Dude, this is so cool to see. This doesn't even look like Star Citizen to me. It's so dang functional. Persistent hangars in multiple locations? Yeah, I believe so. Just gotta pay for them. So, I don't know if this handoff functionality was working with our boxes before, where you could tractor beam the same box at the same time to hand it off. But if it didn't, they got it in really quick, because I'm pretty sure it was happening in 321. Yeah, these dev branches. This is cool. This is also pretty unexpected. I mean, that's basically, this will load an entire, I don't know, a Seulin, right? One single cart like this will load a bunch of ships easily. This is, if they have these at persistent hangars, or maybe another money sink, when you get to the persistent hangar, you have to rent these kinds of things from the hangar itself, right? Because you're not carrying this around on your ship unless you have a big ship. So, say you got an Avenger Titan. You land, you have to go in and rent one of these, and then you can use it to fill your whole ship at once. This is really helping out those sort of small-scale hauling missions and stuff, or people who want to start out in hauling and don't have a big ship yet. This is all... I love this.
No.
I love this music. It's so perfect. So I think somebody asked if we really think they would be delivering like items like this out on the freight elevator. I think so. I think we'll get stuff depending on how it's stored. This obviously might be something that they're doing, but I think this kind of stuff will be the case. I really do hope we get little gun boxes like this. Very cool. But I mean, it even says, you know, you're using your personal items. In development visuals, though. Ah, vehicles from the hangar. God, it's beautiful. How are they spinning things in the tractor beam? Hold the R key.
Thank you. Thank you. So, as you can see, hangars, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can stay there as long as you want. Whatever you leave there will persist and will be yours to use as you see fit. Your hangar won't just be a place that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations to handle your inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself. Location inventories won't be magic and instant anymore. This means that the freight elevators will be one of the main ways you interact with your local inventory. Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want. This would be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory system. The change is obviously a really big quality of life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles. No longer do you have to travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get your vehicle. You will get them straight from your hangar.
He says quality of life, but this is like quality of existence. Oh man. I don't even really use ground vehicles that much because you have to go to an outpost to get them. I think now I'll generally always have one with me. Get in the big giveaway. End on Tomato's birthday. That's right. We got a birthday giveaway coming up at the end of next week. Secret code will be in the video coming out in the next few days for Quantum Travel, so check that out. There's also a secret code in the Sulen video I did. But if you want to win a copy of the Sulen with the game, we're doing a big giveaway right now. You can get in by using !giveaway.
You'll also be able to bring up ship components. So your hangar is now more of a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around items and things like that. So in short, persistent player hangars in combination with freight elevators will dramatically change what you can do in your hangar. It will be a home to do as you want, which has always been the dream. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, it's a big dream. We've been waiting for that for a while. So that's about it, and then we get into base building. That's industrial gameplay. But we'll save that one for another video. Behind salvage, let's see, we went over salvage, refining, refueling, cargo hauling. We didn't really go over mining, but to be honest, there's not much about mining right now. The best we could do with mining, I would think, is if the Erastra Q&A is out, but I don't think it is. No, that would give us some information. As of right now, though, we don't really have too much recent stuff on mining. Engineering we do, though. So how about we check engineering out briefly? I actually haven't done my review of engineering gameplay from CitizenCon. I gotta do that sometime soon. Maybe next week. Any engineers in chat? Like people who like engineering in game? Yeah, nothing on repair. The best we can do is just this engineering panel when it comes to that. There's actually also, there was some other engineering discussion earlier on in the year. And if you are a fan of engineering, I would go and check this discussion out because it has a lot more useful information than what we're about to watch. But it's very long. It is here. An hour with Torsten to talk about engineering gameplay and how it works. They've also got this Inside Star Citizen design brief on it, which sort of talks about the different parts of engineering. Now, just so you're aware, there are 3 main sections to engineering: management, tuning, and mechanic. We're really seeing mainly the mechanic and the manager here, though they do talk a little bit about tuning. But here's an introduction and some more discussion on how engineering will work. This is one of the biggest parts of industrial gameplay and something everybody's going to have to pay attention to an extent, but not everybody will have to focus on too much. So don't panic when you hear these details.
Welcome on stage, Guillermo.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Guillermo Bilbao, gameplay programmer for this team, and I'm going to talk about the research network. So what is the research network? The main drive for the research network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about with a new system that was more generalized, easier to expand, and that would support all the gameplay we actually want to do. And yeah, so it is a network, as you can see on that picture, showing the connections between different items, even those inside object containers. And it enables specifically the relay gameplay we're going to show right after. So it will have a global impact. You're going to see it in ships. You're going to see it in outposts. It's built to work with the cargo system in some ways. And as for interacting with it, the engineering gameplay we're showed today is going to be the biggest example, but you will also see it in other places, especially in missions. And let's have Thorsten talk about it a bit more.
So hello again. So as a crew member of a ship or as a person managing an outpost, you have several responsibilities, where the engineering topic can be split in 3 activities, and you can decide to share those responsibilities or take them all by yourself. It's really up to you. Every task requires their own skills and their own tool sets.
Okay, actually, sorry, so I was wrong. He does go over the 3 different things here. Good thing I'm listening to this again.
Tuning. Here you are responsible for preparing your ship. Your journey did not start yet, so you adjust your ship items based on your goals for the travels. Exchange sub-items, adjust the default settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets. The next activity is maintaining, and this is all about damage control and keeping the items in pristine or pristine enough state. You are the mechanic that makes sure that everything is and stays operable. Maybe even go further in the sense of caring for the items. And what caring means is here reducing the wear and tear rate by regularly removing dust or oiling the items, just as some quick examples. So let's actually show you some of the maintenance you can already do and will be able to do. So here we start with 2 gameplay mechanics that are already in the game. So technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together. Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting. And now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself.
So this is like Salvage. This is one of the versions of Salvage we already have, but you also are getting this beautiful hut that I really would like. Please give us the new HUD soon, please.
So all of this is of course optional. So you can purchase those items already and in the future even assemble them for yourself. So crafting. While the Fury approaches, you might get the glimpse of a debug UI. So there's the Fury now coming. I activated the debug UI to show you the health state of each item. And what you should have seen is that the shield generator is fully destroyed and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is in low health. Low health means you can still repair it. So which will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury. So it's making it fully functional again. And here you see the debug UI, the health is now fully up again.
Here he should have just been saying this whole time that this is placeholder, that this isn't what repair is going to look like. But they still forget to do that.
So it's making it fully functional again. And here you see the debug UI, the health is now fully up again, and that means that it runs at full efficiency again. And here you also see that the shield generator is at 0 health.
So I think we really need an animation for things like components snapping in and boxes snapping to the grid and stuff. We need some kind of like zooming sort of animation that makes them not just jump into position, but like look like they're snapping into place.
So the destroyed shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed. So I have to exchange it with the spare one that I collected from the Gladius. So with all those repairs being done, the Fury is operatable again and it can go its way. So getting back to the responsibilities. A big one is managing your ship, which includes resources, but also more general aspects.
So he went over tuning, which is overclocking, underclocking, changing your components to run in a certain way before the ship even takes off, right? This is like the person who shows up to the ship early and does all the startup process. He showed us the mechanic, who is the person who's doing the repairing and making sure that things that are broken are getting fixed. Now he's going to talk to us about the manager, the person who overlooks everything. But notice how he didn't give us an example video of the tuner. So I think that's still something they're working on design-wise.
You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance. You will delegate the rest of your crew to keep your ships intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first. Let's take a look at another video here. So this is the first glimpse of the engineering UI in action. It is still being worked on, so it's heavy work in progress. Let's start with looking at the item view. So you can see the full setup of the network with the relays, the green dots connecting to each other, and the relays connecting to the items. Color and shape below the icons should help you identify the different item types, like power plants, weapons, also helping differentiate between consumer, producer, and converters. You can tell the current state of the item, that means the amount of energy it produces, consumes, or has stowed, the health state it is in, the current wear and tear on the item, and the current state it runs in, like charging or being in an idle state. You can directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states. If you hover over...
As an engineer, expect me to turn your turrets on and off while we're hanging out in patrol. It might be annoying, but don't worry. It's fun.
A relay that I will be hopefully doing soon. You will also see that the amount of fuses that are still active and because a relay consists of several fuses, basically they're their own set of lives. And here...
Whoa, okay, wait, hold up. I missed that. I missed that detail before. So I thought relays and fuses were different things, but he's saying that relays are a set of fuses. So you don't actually lose a fuse and then lose that functionality. You can blow fuses multiple times before you lose the relay. I didn't get to see this demo in person when it happened live, so I still haven't gotten to sit down and fully focus on it. But that's a pretty key detail too. And that sounds like some extra redundancy so that, you know, people don't feel so pressured by fuses going out to get up and change things. Some wiggle room.
The details, like you can click on the items to see a 3D render of the power plant here, the quantum drive, sorry. And here's the relay overlay. Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that suddenly the entire right-hand side of your ship lost power connection. And what you might have not picked up on the screen is that actually the power plant here that I'm now focusing on is on low health. So I'm commanding Simon to repair the power plant to get it fully operational again. So, something to highlight here, take a closer look at the doors. Since we also track the door states, you see that you can watch movement inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around in your ship and even close doors for them, or like compartments in this case where Simon just forgot to close the compartment.
Yeah, it's cool that you just get that remote control over your ship. Somebody, I think it was Azon, might have mentioned that we need to be able to open and close our ship from the outside. This feels like the bones of that. And it's nice to finally see all this stuff coming together to allow our ships to feel like actual ships and not just buildings that are unpowered.
Yeah, so Pete destroyed the relay, but we need the ship in fully functional state. So yeah, I'm running now with a fuse and place it in the relay, so make the relay work again. What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you sitting at this engineering screen have more information in regards to your ship than the others. So you open doors to create a path that the players on your ship have to take. Now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors. Again, we show the details of each room, like the temperature, pressure, atmosphere composition, so everything that is relevant for like you living on a ship. We also show the...
Let's take a little moment to add some context to this, because he's saying all this and he's showing us the UI, which is cool, stuff we haven't seen before. But if you don't see how actually physically detrimental this stuff can be in the game, then it can be hard to conceptualize it if you're just now hearing it for the first time. Here are some displays of how, let's say, life support specifically will work in this game. Let me find it here. Here we go. All right. Here are some examples of life support and the room system working. This is, guys, I can't even explain. Probably an exclusive video. The room system they've been talking about since like 2017. Oh man, this has been a long, long time coming, this one. So here's showing the ability to basically drain the atmosphere out of a room. Open the door, atmosphere's gone, person's done. Something similar.
Fire expulsion.
And then, yeah, so fire hazards are obviously important, and you can drown them out with oxygen as well, or without oxygen. Fire goes out when the room gets vented. And you can also see that like the fire burning is removing oxygen itself. It's raising the temperature. These are things that are going to impact the actor status system. So if you have a small ship with the fire burning and not much life support left, you might actually be in trouble. These aren't just binary systems. These are very dynamic setups.
Change the temperature in each room.
Because, you know, sometimes your passengers just want the room to be cooler. Negative 32 degrees cooler. And this is showing that the fires affect the temperature and the oxygen.
Making new players suffocate.
And then this is important too. This is why the bed system is important for ships. So the idea of all these ships is that they have a certain amount of life support to support the crew on their ship. If you have a Pisces on it, a Pisces with 10 people on board, those 10 people are eventually going to take up all the oxygen and die. And the idea of that is more ship balance. You can't have a small ship carry in 40 people and board another ship and take them all out. And we can see that here happening in this demo.
Venting and filling rooms with atmosphere. and making players suffocate again.
Of course, this will be plenty of fun when we're having little FPS battles and space stations and stuff. Yeah, this is showing the sabotage you were talking about. The idea being that this person is disconnecting the fuses so that the power can't transfer to the forward or backward ships. Basically, you get on board a ship and you sabotage from the inside. You can disable the shields and give other people the ability to kill the ship more easily from the inside. No doubt going to be a mission of some sort.
In the last year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource management system, but with a system that is this...
So yeah, that's sort of going into life support stuff, just to give context to what they're doing here. And for context, because the Kaz was mentioning in chat, this feels like it should be something that the pilot can do. The pilot can do monitoring of the ship. We'll always have our MFDs on the ship, but the whole point of this is that you have a system that can essentially turn everything in the ship on and off. So you're talking turrets, life support, gravity, guns, everything. And if you give that control to a pilot, it can obviously run into some problems. And it'll also sort of step on top of the engineering role. The idea of all of these gameplay loops is to make the gameplay deep enough that a player will be needed for a multi-crew ship rather than just kind of throwing it in there. Everybody knows if it's extra, nobody's going to do it. So what they're trying to do is build enough functionality so somebody on a smaller ship can do all this stuff as they need from their seat. But if you're going to need to do stuff like repair specific components or replace fuses or put out fires, then as a pilot, you can't really do that part.
The door states where you can now have precise control over each door in your ship, as you see here. This will also allow you to have more control over which door or compartments to open. So here, again, showing opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean. It also allows us to control the outside-facing doors much better. So you can directly open, if you just want to open the left side ramp or the front side-facing ramp or the back-facing ramp.
They love that slow ramp.
So we did it last year already, but let's make our crew suffocate again. So the moment that you basically pull off their helmets, and now me pressing the cycle button, you see that the entire atmosphere in this room is vented. And yeah, well, the consequence is death.
Oops.
So, as you can tell, engineering gameplay will bring a lot of changes. Some of those changes are adding batteries to ships that will allow you to get a little bit of extra power for a short amount of time. allowing you to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption. And where the biggest change that will come in this update is basically to the resource consumption and generation. So let's talk about energy balance. Currently, ships are balanced such that they consume less energy than they produce. What I mean with that is that the sum of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide. And this has to change. The energy rebalance that I will explain to you now will affect mainly bigger ships. Single-seaters will still behave like they do now. For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy, but your ships will not provide enough energy to have all components run at 100% all the time. Instead, you have to decide what you want to have permanently powered by your power plant. So managing decisions will have an impact now. You could decide, as in this example, to shut down your thrusters to turn on the weapons. Isn't the best choice, since you will not be able to maneuver, so might not help when you are attacked. You would be able to shoot though. And here comes in the batteries. In scenarios where you need to react, you can activate the batteries and use the additional power. Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems.
I wonder how deep they're going to get
the batteries again, but
with this battery system. This sounds like a ton of potential for crafting and manufacturing. Like with engineering, one of the big things about engineering gameplay is it almost feels like this is going to create a market for people who want to just craft and sell components. If there wasn't so much danger in components not working or being so much different, that market might not be there. So like even almost an add-on effect of building so much complexity into this system could be creating that market. I'd love to see what happens when we get the ability to start making storefronts, because these batteries, man, I don't know where they're going with this, but they just introduced it and it sounds like there's a lot of potential.
You need to free up energy from the power plant to direct into the batteries. I think that was a little bit more than just a recap, but now Guillermo will talk about malfunctions.
So I will talk about malfunctions real quick and get you guys to the next video since we're a bit behind schedule. What are malfunctions? You've seen misfires in the persistent universe for seals, for thrusters. You've seen a very basic version of it. We're making them more complex. We're making them more lethal in some ways and more fun to interact with. Also, some of the new malfunctions will include fire, spreading misfires that represent electrical surges going through the ship, or signature burst, which increases your signature and makes you show up on enemy sensors more easily. As for how you will counter them, you've seen suffocating people with life support. You will also be able to suffocate the fire with life support, which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing parts or some bespoke behavior per misfire. And if all else fails, just turn it off and on. And here's a video of the fire in action. You've seen in other videos the fire. This is a small fire. You can just put it out with a fire extinguisher. Pretty simple.
Didn't get to see that one.
Here's a bit of a bigger fire. It might be that you cannot only put it out on your own. So here we have one crew member that's going to try to put it out with a fire extinguisher to mixed results. And here we have the option of using the life support system to also set up before and just venting the area.
I love that. That actually adds some decent functionality to the Crusader ships, because they've got all these doors and all this segmented walkways that you can now vent to get rid of fires or cool an area down and not have to worry about the pilot or anybody in these sections that might get affected by that. No automated fire systems, but we do have HVAC systems in all the ships.
And now you can see that the fire, once we get to that compartment, has been successfully put out.
Oof. Oof. To say that fire and fire extinguisher is basically the same as hull scraping. Oh, if I was the dev. They've been working on fire for a long time as a sort of separate thing. I can go back. We could go well back and type in fire hazard. Oh my gosh. And we've been seeing a lot of engineering work going into this. It's definitely way different from hull scraping.
We've also been following along with the development of fire hazard and propagation for Squadron 42 and Star Citizen, and we're back for another hot update. As discussed, this is a two-part exploration of both voxel and entity-based solutions that will be blended together to enable dynamic propagation between the two. What you're seeing here is a system that tracks the temperature, fuel amount, fire and smoke intensities to create an ignition using placeholder particles for the moment that can spawn directly from the surface of an item and then envelop it. Poor utility cart. Now, once that milestone was hit, the team then went to work actually blending the two solutions together for true entity to voxel propagation. You can see here our poor flaming cart, the entity, being dragged around this basic ship interior, igniting the surrounding voxels in flame. Now, to say that the number of teams here are excited about the gameplay possibilities of this would be an understatement. One day, fire extinguishers in the verse may be good for more than just getting a single kill in theaters of war. It happened. Look it up. You can also see here the
They talk about this a lot, though. They went over it for, oh god, for years. I guess I probably didn't do the right search here, but the fire team, they're really proud of it because it's not just a VFX. It's it changes the temperature of the whole room, so it ties into the room system. It burns differently based on materials. I think they put a lot of work into the fire system. Fire extinguisher, I don't know. But the fact that it's all temperature based, I think, makes it a lot more intuitive than the hull scraping.
Okay, so let's get Thurston back on stage.
Spaceships being made out of flammable materials is the only reason I play this game. If I can't set fire, what's the point?
Just gonna probably show it a bit better.
So, yeah. I have to excuse myself already because I was leading this group of players being attacked by the Gladius, and I did a poor job, but more to that in that video. Yeah, Guillermo, we wanted to talk about...
So for this demo, we have modified the damage system slightly to represent impact penetration at a very basic level. So you are going to see that the quantum drive is going to be hit by the Gladius attacking the ship.
So, yeah, being attacked by a Gladius for an A2 isn't like a big challenge, but in this setup we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our engineers running around and yeah, no one being seated in the turrets. So, yeah, our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and yeah, with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging it, I thought, hey, it's a good idea to tell Pete and Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, yeah, well, prevent further damage to it.
Oof.
But, yeah, I failed. Yeah, so that was causing a bit to the panic, so I even got distracted in this moment.
Do it live, CIG.
We managed to have the quantum drive survive, but here I notice, oh, actually the power plant also starts to take damage, and at this moment I'm also telling Pete and Simon to switch their attention to the power plant, because if we lose the power plant, it's also like almost impossible to flee. So here I realized, oh my god, we are going down fast, and I think at this point now, yeah, I opened the compartment to make it access faster, but that was already too late, so the power plant died. And yeah, so the backup is to activate the batteries, which I did here. So the Simon and Pete still tried their very best to fix it, but yeah, didn't manage to. The attack moved to the forward side, targeting the batteries, because the player who was attacking us actually knew the ship layout. And yeah, here I noticed that the second power plant is also got attacked, so have to redirect our mechanics to it. And at this point we wanted to flee.
Oh man,
and then
this is going to be so intense during a battle. Like capital ship battles is going to be nuts. I see the Q&A, folks. Thank you.
Here you see it very clearly that with a relay being destroyed at the quantum drive position, that means that the quantum drive cannot be accessed from the pilot seat. That means that I also had to get that repaired. So it was a bit chaotic. Everything was also happening a bit too fast. Here, trying to save the second power plant.
For the record, when he says everything happened too fast, that probably scares people, but they sped everything up very, very quickly so that they could put it into a demonstrable thing. This isn't how it actually go.
Battery life. So yeah, if we
Bartolos, I'll catch you later.
The second power plant, that would have been our certain death. And I think at in the next part of the video, we basically asked someone to fix the relay at the back so that we still be able to jump away.
Yeah, this is part of the time to kill fix. So what this stage is doing is it's changing the idea of ships being blown up by a hull health to ships being killed by component death. So this is the whole reason time to kill is getting changed. From after they get this in, they work on the armor and maelstrom systems, and at that point, you won't explode anymore when your ship reaches 0 health. You'll just crack in half. You'll be left in a dead ship. You'll lose components and stuff like that. That's kind of the whole process of what they're showing here. Is like your components will just stop working.
Yeah, so we at least managed to save one of the power plants. Yeah, that's now, I think it was Pete running there and fixing the fuse. And the next...
I really like that these relays have 3 fuses. I love the redundancy of that. I hope that means that you have to get rid of all 3 fuses for the relay to stop.
Next step was the pilot trying to push the quantum drive, but it was too late. We died. And the end of the show. Yeah, thanks.
Yay!
So, what you just saw gives a good idea of...
And this is the fun bit when they start to talk about how further engineering goes.
Idea of how busy ships will be and what meaningful multi-crew gameplay will look like. But what about the future? Since we worked on technology that will be used throughout the entire game, you will see more and more coming utilizing this tech. It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments. Sabotaging a power plant or destroying a vital relay that connects it all to shut down an entire enemy base that can include its life support or security systems. It would also tie in nicely with Maelstrom that you just saw.
For the record, what they're showing this because this system won't be just ships. It'll be in cities and outposts and space stations as well.
And anything that will break off will lose its connection, the network to the network, and therefore have an impact on its functionality. So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession as well as in the base building, where both are related to each other. Bases built by player will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated features. So there's a huge thanks for all people involved. Thanks to the entire EUPU team.
You're all very kind. We appreciate your hard work, and we're looking forward to engineering. Don't expect it until later next year, though. To finish off today, we're going to touch on mining because we did get that Q&A to pop up. And after this, really, I I'm pretty sure I missed something industrial related, but this has been mostly a review of what's going on with industrial gameplay in Star Citizen and where it's headed. So let's start with this, and that'll wrap us up with mining. How is its refining capabilities compared to things like the Expanse, Orion, and Galaxy, which we read about today? The Arastra has 2 reactors that allow it to run separate orders concurrently, so that's compared to 6, I believe, on the Expanse. They're much larger than the 6 found on the Expanse, allowing each order to contain a much higher quantity of goods. Okay, a little trade-off. While the numbers for player-controlled refining are still being worked out and we don't want to give specifics, expect each reactor to be able to refine around the same amount an Expanse can in one go. What? Oh my god, this ship is so big. Actually, no, it's the Expanse that's small. That's what keeps getting me. The Expanse is smaller than it looks. So, does that mean that this thing has the capacity of 2 Expanses? Compared to the Galaxy's refining module, these reactors are about the same capacity. Okay. Compared to the Orions, they are significantly smaller. So, we go Expanse refinery, Galaxy and Arastra refinery, Orion refinery in terms of size. Interesting. Yeah, it's a 1 to 2 person ship, the Expanse. You asked on Discord if it would have the capability to refine Quantanium like the Odyssey. This ship? Probably. It is a miner. Is the Arastra able to refine Quantanium? If so, is it able to create its own fuel? It can refine Quantanium, look at that, as a resource, but has no way to feed it back into its fuel tank, so Quantanium is purely generated as a commodity to sell. Okay. How do the Arastra's mining capabilities compare to things like the Prospector, Mole, and Orion? It sits between the Mole and Orion with larger lasers capable of cracking harder rocks at greater distances than the Mole. Doesn't necessarily mean there will be new types of deposits, though. They are very much sticking away from saying there's any difference to mining other than what we already do. No unlimited fuel? That doesn't make sense. Sure, it's a balancing thing. Doesn't make sense for real life, but they can't make these ships, you know, the most powerful thing in existence, or else it kind of kills some of the other gameplay elements. You think there's an extra step from quant to quant fuel? I think Quantanium is just the yeah, I don't know. They uninvented the gas cap. They do not like gas. Particularly, RSI is crazy about creating stuff and not using it. Oh, it is available in the Odyssey? It's a balance thing, I guess. Are the mining lasers on the Arastra bespoke? What are the benefits of a size 3 mining laser? They are not bespoke and will have an upgrade path like other mining lasers in the game. Sizing-wise, they simply provide greater range and energy output, so these are even bigger. So we'll definitely have to get bigger asteroids before this game comes in, this ship, but we don't know if they'll work any differently. By that I mean permanent deposits and stuff. We talked about this ship a ton on Launch Sequence Podcast 2 episodes ago. Exclamation point podcast will make that pop up, but I had Croncy and Red Monster on to talk about it. And they're mining-focused creators. We had a long talk about how this ship could change the experience, but so far, CIG isn't giving us any hints at that. Does this ship have VTOL mode for planetary mining? Yes, indeed, it does, to allow it to hover on planets. Does this ship have a dedicated vehicle bay, or is the internal 64 SU cargo bay used for this purpose? What's the largest vehicle? Vehicle bay is in the center of the cargo bay, however, the two coexist with cargo grids being available at the edges of the room. The central space is designed to hold 2 Rock DSs or 2 Rock Ursa-sized vehicles, so G12 as well. Does the external ore storage use standard SCU containers, unrefined ore bags, or something new? They use standardized SCU containers to allow for a huge amount of interoperability with other vehicles in the universe, for example, when offloading and transporting cargo. What about all these other ones with bags, though? See, that's kind of significant, right? This is the 3rd mining vehicle we're getting in-game, 3rd mining ship we're getting in-game, and they're making a huge design change by not having it have these bags. And that's big because how do we attach these things to the Expanse if we want to? Or how do we trade bags out with the mole or the prospector? This isn't going to be interoperable with the other mining ships like they are with each other. Does that mean that the other ships might switch over to bags or boxes too, or is this always going to be different? Questions. Size 3 laser to deal with small rocks? Probably blow them up too fast. Size 2 lasers already melt small rocks and overcharge them immediately. It's just poor design, one that makes less sense 900 years in the future when they do have tech to operate larger ships. It feels like lazy gameplay design to purposely limit the ship from an engineering standpoint when Master Modes is supposed to do this shift either way. Wait, what are you talking about? Purchased a car, but it had to turn off your AC to go over 25 miles per hour. I don't know. I don't know where the beginning of this started. You just talk about engineering? Isn't this how most games do it? You have to shunt power around to power the ship completely? Like Star Wars Squadrons does this, right? It says it has ports for mining bags. Will it be possible to take material from ore bags onto this ship to refine it? Yes, the Arastra has 2 ports on it capable of taking ore bags from the prospector or mole, but you can't use them for mining. Just a refinery? Like you can't just carry them around and store them? Because I'm thinking, like, what if you have a bunch of ships and you just want to trade out the bags? I guess you don't need bags for this since they're stored in boxes that'll get made on the spot. Bags will also fit on the grid, too, of course. Orion's way bigger. Yee. They were complaining about engineering and not being able to run everything at 100%. Oh. Well, I mean... I don't know, it doesn't seem lazy to me, man. They put a ton of freaking thought and time into this. Where were we? Also, how did I miss this? Or how did I miss the bags? That's weird. Can't control the laser via the pilot. Yeah, I just missed these 2 questions somehow. My bad. Does the external ore storage use standard SU boxes? We did that. Missiles. Which seats can control missiles? The pilot seat. Surprise. Are there any other entry points to the Arastra aside from the rear ramp? There is a large docking collar on the side of the ship, as well as a central crew elevator that goes to the ground. Nice. Got all the entrances. Just reeks of OP specs for concept sales. We'll have to see. What do you think it has too much? You shouldn't have the refinery? Too much storage? It doesn't hold 30,000 SCU. It does not. You would never buy a car that would have to turn the AC off to run the car normally. That's true. That's fair. But you might not, you might buy a cruise ship that can't run all of its air conditioning while you're running at full speed or something. All depends. Speaking of which, I designed a couple of air conditioning setups for cruise ships. Pretty nuts. Pretty freaking nuts. That's how it should be, especially on ships that have a lot of auxiliary systems like the Arastra. There is never a situation when you'll need to power the mining lasers and turret at the same time. I digress. The Reclaimer trailer shows them shooting and salvaging at the same time. Not that it'll be necessary, but they at least try to advertise that out. Think it packs too much punch in a fight. It is really strong. This thing has a ton of firepower for a mining ship. It's a little strange. Your car accelerates faster with the AC turned off. What? How old is your car, mate? Running that car on the compressor for the AC? Which seats can control the missiles? We did that. Rear ramp. What amenities are aboard? Crew quarters, storage, weapon racks, all that stuff. The Arastra has a shared bunk area for the crew and a separate shared habitation area for them to relax and prepare food. Yummy. There are no dedicated medical rooms aboard. There are integrated weapon and suit storage facilities, but no dedicated armory. Imagine if this thing had a medical room too. 20 years old, an 04 Toyota Avalon? That's about the same age as mine. Maybe I should experiment with my AC. Has a lot of weaponry and features, but to me that means this is meant for deep frontier space. Would be way too expensive to run in civilized areas. Yeah, this is definitely not going to be something that's mining in like Stanton. That seems like it would be a waste. Imagine something like this would be out there in like Nyx or something. That being said, the way these ships are introduced, it shows that I think they've gotten a better idea of both the game and the ships over the last few years. Like, what would it be? 2019-ish, 2020. It feels like the game direction started to shift. With these later ships that we've been getting, it also kind of feels like their idea of ships has begun to shift too. Like the Siulen is a very interesting place to put a ship for, and then call it a starter. And I think the Cutter also being a bare bones starter from their point of perspective shows that idea too. This, the Galaxy, a lot of the concepts they've introduced over the last 2 to 3 years feel like they're almost higher quality in their design and what the company has in mind for them, I guess. So I'm not sure what that means for how these things all develop, but I do feel like the game is scaling a bit to handle that, and that could mean that we suffer from power creep and older ships suddenly start being a little bit less enticing. But with the gold standard updates, they do have the chance to make sure that that doesn't happen. However long that takes and how much money, I don't know. But it just, I don't know, there's something different a little bit about the way that they're introducing ships now. Echo, your car does the same thing. Good for you, good for you. The Aaron Balo Halo Belt has a lot of rocks. The Arastra could do well there, but it's still not like deep space, you know? It's not a place where you need to be self-sufficient because you're a couple minutes from the nearest space station. I'm sure it could do great there. It just seems like it would be useful for more deep space areas. Well, I guess that is deep space. Frontier systems, I'll say. This ship is the 5 and seemingly only 5-man crew. Seems like a lot of ship for a max of 5 crew to manage. You should see the Orion. Pretty sure it has like 7 crew. It'll be, yeah. The crew counts I wouldn't put too much worry on, because like you were saying earlier, you don't need to have 5 crew that's always doing everything. Somebody who is a mining laser operator could still be the engineer. Somebody who is the Rock DS driver could be the pilot. Can split jobs, but the size of the ship is pretty large for 5, so we'll have to see how that's accommodated. With the VTOLs, the ship totally invalidates the mole. Maybe. We'll have to see what the engineering can do for it. Yeah, operating costs. Think it's going to come out at the end of the year? Not this year. Maybe if we're lucky, end of next year, but I doubt it. It seems like it's quite a ways off. But that's about it, guys. That wraps up all of the industrial gameplay I wanted to go over today. This has been a long one. Oh my god, this video is going to be so long. Cheers to anybody who stuck around for the whole thing. Thank you for everybody who came to the live stream. A solid, what is this? 4 hours. I'm going to go take a break. 4 hours of talking about soon TM. And some of it is coming right now. Salvage, cargo, mining updates, engineering next year. But some of it's still a long ways off, so we'll probably do more of these in the future. Most likely next year. Until then, though, I'd like to thank you once again for coming. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you guys learned some good stuff. And I'm going to toss you all over to... It's a good song. I'm going to send you over to Detox. Oh, I think he's not playing Star Citizen. Oh, these people saying they're playing Star Citizen, and they're not. End screen credits. Have a great rest of the day. You too, my friend. Bognagus is also not playing Star... What is going on? Why are all these people... Like 4 people all saying they're playing and then not. Alright, I think this thing is broken, unfortunately. But thanks again, everybody, for coming. And we'll be live again tomorrow with something. I don't know, maybe we'll do some org gameplay or something. Hopefully, we're still doing some good PTU stuff. But it looks like the cloud stuff isn't actually coming, so that kills me. Kills me a little bit. I'm going to send you over to InfoRunners on YouTube, though. Go have some fun. Say what's up. Make sure to tell them a big hello from your boy, Space Tomato. Drop tomatoes in chat, all that jazz. Toes, tomatoes, the good stuff. I appreciate you all being here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Remember, we've got new merch on. Giveaway still going. And if you are a supporter, exclusive video is out. Anyways, cheers, guys. Catch y'all tomorrow. Have some fun. Be happy. Go give someone a hug. Eat some good food. See you on Friday.